better implement these three conventions in a collaborative and synergistic manner. The pavilion is about activity not just at the global level, but it's also fundamentally about how can these conventions be implemented in a better way at the national level. So the story that we've had so far today has been looking at these main themes of COP15, looking at questions of land degradation neutrality, looking at drought. We had an excellent food day the other day as well. We had the Land for Life heroes here. And today we had you, the science community, looking at ways that you can bring together the conversation for this month. The pavilion here in Abidjan has been made possible due to some really generous financial contributions from the European Commission and also the Global Environment Facility. So I'm looking forward to hearing your discussions. I'm really glad to see such an active community. This day is for you. This is about you coming together, discussing ideas, exchanging them, but also planning for action moving forward. So with that, I'm going to turn you over to the people who organized the day, and this is your day. Have a great time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see everyone here. We were expecting, we knew it's been a long week so far. It's 8 a.m. on a Saturday, so I just want to express my gratitude for all of you that are excited about the science that we're going to talk about today. So I want to introduce myself. I'm Nicole Barger, and I am the co-chair of the Science Policy Interface. And our team put together the Science Day, and this is becoming a tradition now. This is our second Science Day. We had one also in New Delhi. So our title today, and this was really a collaborative effort with the Science Policy Interface to think about what were the issues that we really need to be elevating in Science Day here at the COP. So Science for Action, land restoration will be our morning session, and we'll be talking about drought. Again, we had a full drought day, but this is such a critical importance that we'll be talking about drought also in our second session this afternoon. So I hope that you'll be able to join us for this entire day, and we're just very much looking forward to all of our guest speakers today. What I'd like to do now is have Barrett Orr, who is the lead scientist of UNCCD, step up and say a few remarks. We will have Mr. Gao, who is the Executive Secretary, coming at noon today to open, but I would like to invite Aaron to the stage now. Okay, we're doing this on the fly. So, adaptive management. I am now, adaptive management. David has been saying that also. We've been adaptively managing everything this week with the moment. So, I want to introduce another very important person. So I'm going to wait for Canada because we're going to have an interesting screen here. So this is a very fun part of the day. So this is Stephanie Hoffman, and I tell you a little bit about her, what she's doing today. So she's a graphic reporter, and she is She is based in Northern Ireland, and graphic recordings are visual summaries that capture both the content and atmosphere of collective conversations. At conferences, meetings, and visioning sessions, they're a way of making complex information more accessible and engaging for a wide audience, and they become a tangible reminder of the reason they captured. Stephanie specializes in graphic recording conversations around climate action. So she's available for any other events if you appreciate her artwork. And I've seen some of her art already. It's truly amazing. And she recently did the UNFCCC COP26 in Glasgow. So please welcome Stephanie, and as you watch the screen, you'll be seeing her artwork today. So another very special guest that we have so much gratitude that she has joined us for this session. Okay. This is a Professor Baraj. So she comes to us from the BBC. The way that this happened is that she reached out to the NCC to start forming this relationship and partnership. We may have seen her at events already, and she's super excited about science. We've interacted with her over the last few weeks, had these interviews, and she has so many questions. So what we're excited about with Requesta today is that she's going to be able to maybe keep us from the scientists from going down our rabbit hole.
No, thank you.
Pulling it back and really making this relevant to everyone in the audience.
Oh, il y a pas sans toi et moi, ouais. Hein? Oh, quand je viens tout à l'hôtel, voilà.
Thank you very much, Nicole, and thank you to
C'est
the
pas,
whole
c'est pas moi qui chante le
science
projet,
team
t'as
here.
fait comment?
And thank you for everyone that has come so early in the morning. Things are going to actually already warm up there. But why am I excited
Okay.
to be here?
D'accord, merci beaucoup.
People probably know
Foundation. It's the accelerator for all the SDGs.
Now we'll link there, and we'll let Nicole.
Thank you so much for that opening interview. That was just first session on land restoration, so I'm going to turn the program now over to my colleague, Dylan, from the Science Policy Interface, and I'll let him do a brief introduction of himself before we start.
Thank you, Nicole. Hi, good morning, everyone. Amazing to see so many of you early birds here in the room. I anticipate you're going to have an interesting. I'm Noel Oakley. I'm currently the Civil Society Organization Observer on the Science Policy Interface. I wasn't anticipating introducing myself, but I've been working in the field of sustainable land use for quite some decades, both as an academic and as a civil society practitioner on the ground, linking local conditions, local insights, local wisdom and practices with the global context. And I think you'll all appreciate how crucial the science is in that interaction. Because at ground level, many things that are not always obvious from the viewpoint of the ivory tower are pretty obvious. And it's very important that those insights inform policy and inform the global science. And of course, at ground level, people experience the impacts of climatic extremes without necessarily having the larger context of understanding what's happening to global climate systems and what's driving those changes. So I think it's fair to say that I'm one of many civil society representatives observing this convention who work hard to link on-the-ground realities with the scientific imperative, and to make sure that those messages get through on the policy level to the negotiators. I'm not going to reel out a bunch of statistics about why it is imperative that we take action. I think all of you in this room are here primarily because you're fully aware of the urgency of the task that faces us. I also trust that you're all aware of the fact that word synergies, that 20 years ago was a nice buzzword that some people in the system
to create a bright future for coconut state and for the cocoa industry. So at C4 ICRA, our approach has been to develop an agroforestry system in order to improve, to tackle the soil management, to
And farmers, by the way, tend to encourage regeneration in less fertile areas. The good news is that in a survey of 300 parkland fields across 4 countries, if we look at the proximity of the trees, we get higher total carbon, higher exchangeable basis, so more soil fertility close to these trees. It's working. Now, there is complexity involved. And complexity is one of the things that might lead people to get a bit scared about understanding the science. And that's where we need people like you, Lucretia, to get the message across that tackling complexity does not have to be complicated. We can break it down into steps that we can take. So we know that there are a whole series of socio-economic and ecological contextual factors. The soil type, what other trees are in the vicinity of where you're doing your regeneration, the type of farming practices, governance and community issues, what's the forest legislation that will affect whether farmers can use the trees that grow on their land. And as a result of all those factors interacting, there will be a composition of what regenerates, the different species. And of course, a lot of that is determined by what will the farmers allow, what will they encourage. And then we end up with the consequences. The livelihood benefits and the environmental benefits, the carbon sequestration, and of course, if we can connect these things through payments for ecosystem services, for example, then those environmental benefits can improve livelihoods and encourage the sort of behaviour that we want. Far too often, we are in a market failure situation where the environmental benefits do not have a market value for the farmers, and therefore we have perverse incentives. Now, I expect you all to understand this immediately. This is from a recent paper in Nature Scientific Reports. And what it's doing is it's looking at how do different factors, human factors, degradation, and dispersal limitation affect what trees you end up with in your natural regeneration. And here we're looking at vegetation structure, and these data are from 2 sites, one in northern Ghana and one in Burkina Faso. And what we can see is that the true diversity and particularly useful species like share and like Peleostigma are strongly dispersed and limited. And this is quite significant because it means that seeds, as well as regenerating rootstock, is important for farmer-managed natural regeneration. Secondly, we can see that the trees and the forests in the landscape are really important sources of the diversity. And that suggests there's limits to the potential for just using natural regeneration, depending on whether you have got enough tree material in the vicinity. Grazing, incredibly important in reducing presence and abundance, and particularly of some of the useful species, and agricultural intensity, reducing regeneration although fire actually increasing it, and that's quite a complex issue around early and late fires and adapted species, fire-adapted species regenerating. So, in general, human impact has by far the largest impact, then dispersal limitation, and then degradation. And here, we're looking at the functional traits, because what matters is not just what taxonomic diversity you have in the field, but what's the functional diversity? Do you have nitrogen-fixing species there, capable of keeping your fields fertile? Do you have pioneer species, or do you have shrubs, or do you have tall trees? These are all going to really impact the way in which things work. So we can see that stress and disturbance creates, well, really shifts you to a more shrubby vegetation structure away from the tall trees. But there are a few opposite shifts in certain contexts, and this is really important, the options by context framework. Don't expect to overgeneralize, make sure you know what is actually on the ground, both ecologically and socially. And farmers are favouring regeneration on the less fertile sites, which is how you end up with tree species adapted to degraded sites being the ones that are regenerated. Next slide. Oh, that one. So, what are the practical implications? We need to assess regeneration potential before implementing farm natural regeneration. Proximity to forest reserves is really important, alongside adult trees belonging to desired species being a precondition for good regeneration, and of course we can protect it from grazing. But also, when we don't have that context in which it's going to work, then we may need enrichment planting. And the critical issue here is that when we've done analysis, quite often farmers have quite different farmers have different strategies, and the ones who are encouraging natural regeneration are often on lower potential sites, less wealthy farmers. Farmers who've got high potential, more wealth, tend to go for planting of high value species. And this is data from Ethiopia, and I'm not expecting you to read all of that, but I do want you to see the diversity, because the reality is that farmers want diversity in their landscapes. They don't just want to plant one or two species that are provided from the nursery. They want to regenerate things in different environmentally protected and productive niches on their farms. And the performance, the growing of the trees that Christoph was pointing out was so important. This is looking at the height of trees planted across Ethiopia. And that variability in survival, in growth of the trees, shows that farmers have got a lot of knowledge to share with each other about how to achieve this, so that we can get better actual. So that leads to farmer-led tree planting activities, where the state of trees in the landscape depends on the priority, species and niches that farmers identify, making that diversity available in terms of the seed supply of high germplasm, and then ensuring survival and growth. Gender is a hugely significant impact. Gloria Anita here from the Forest Research Institute in Ghana has a wonderful video. It was shown in the Jeff session yesterday, I think. Please look at it. We'll make these slides available. And there's also a blog showing that while, and this again is in the Sahel, women are often the people who are most reliant on trees that are regenerating, often have the least say in how to do it. Changing gender norms can then change regreening outcomes, and that is where research can be transformative. So it's not that science is in a bunker, science is transforming things on the ground. I'm just going to finish by saying there are lots of tools that we have that can help us to tackle what's going to happen with climate change coming, because trees and the suitability of trees in different parts of Africa are going to alter as a result of the climate shifting. So Paedolia albida, one of the very famous agroforestry species because it has reverse phenology. You can see that a huge amount of the area, that brown area, is where it's going to be lost by 2050 in terms of habitat for Paedolia. And if we look at another famous tree, Bananites aegyptiaca, slow growing but very resilient, produces food even in drought conditions. Again, a huge amount of the area being lost, and only a relatively small amount of new area. If we look, you can see those negative numbers in the far column there actually showing where you get an increase in the area of suitability. So the top species there actually increase. But already we're down to Caryobiria there, the marula tree, another one that's very famous. You're already into 13% less area that it's suitable for it. And then if you look at the bottom species, you can see staggeringly high, 40% less area for Balanites. And to finish, on the good news for the up-and-coming generation who are going to have to tackle these problems. Very easy to use mobile phone app for selecting trees, which is climate proof in order to make all this science of practical relevance to what happens today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Here you go. I don't know about you, but I was frantically scribbling away. Okay, you probably know a lot of the terms, and thank you to everyone who spoke because they were broken down, they were accessible terms, so that was fantastic. I've been scribbling away. I want to get your questions first, but let me just summarise what popped up into my head. Fergus, you got my attention from the offset, and that was fantastic. It said exactly what is going on at the moment. In terms of the trees, this was a highly informative talk for me. I'm doing my Royal Horticultural Society diploma at the RHS at the moment with a college. So a number of the subjects that have been mentioned already this morning made sense to me. Now the reason I'm saying this is that yes, this is a room of scientists. We were talking about soil composition, we were talking about soil health. I've heard silt today, sand, silt, clay. We are being taught this at home as domestic gardeners. So a lot of what is going on here is trickling down and already is relevant at home within the domestic scene. What you as key scientists are researching is already being applied because a lot of the people within the industry have realised that it's the small people at home doing their own little bit that is going to make the change. Green manure, for example, adding the nitrogen fixing into the schedule of your garden. People are being taught about that. Trees, I don't know if you all got the name of the trees, I managed to pick up two. So the shea tree, I use shea butter. I mean, this is huge. The minute you see shea butter, people at home will lift their heads. So yes, that was in Latin Bionia name, but those plants matter and they tell a story, and those stories are what is going to sound. So that just got the message across straight away. And then of course, we have the camel strip tree. Does everybody know what I'm referring to there? Can I have a hand up? Good. Okay, because I thought I was the only one. Please say you don't know. If you don't know, that's why the scientists are here. So this is the monkey bread tree. Okay, so that got it, as more people understand what we're talking about now. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is one of the trees that is taken on as a primary species tree. Yeah. So that is fantastic. Ground truth, again, brought up. I would like to know, I don't know about yourselves, but when I mentioned ground truth, it was when you said don't generalise. Find out what is going on the ground. Ground truth is hugely important in a domestic scene of everyday people. I'm always going to try and bring it back to that. In your first year of living in your house, the one thing that they say is do not touch your garden. Find out what is going on. Test your soil. Find out what plants are there, what is causing the problem, what is toxic, what doesn't grow as a partnership. So all of this matters. So I'd like to know, for example, Fergus, who is doing that ground truth? Is it the scientists, is it the remote sensing, or is it the locals that you're getting that information from?
So that's a very interesting double use of the word ground truth. Because, of course, ground truth in the satellite image analysis is extremely important. That's usually done by scientists, so increasingly citizen science, where people are reporting what actually is somewhere and that's been checked against what we think it is. But in terms of local knowledge, that's actually pretty good. So that data I was showing you from Ethiopia is really important because until recently, people thought that farmers just wanted a few fast-growing exotic species, and that's what was being produced. Of course, they're easily propagated. When you go and start asking farmers, and not just asking what do you look for an exotic species, but actually probing why are trees important, which ones we like, which ones used to be here, why aren't they here now, why don't you have more, then you start getting that local understanding. And even in areas that have got very few trees now, there is usually a huge amount of knowledge about them, and there's other pressures that have pushed the tree population down, and quite often the local population is keen to see regeneration, providing you can get the economic and the governance issues right, including the rights for people to use the trees if they have them on their land, and not perverse rights of, say, the Forest Authority to be able to come onto their lands and utilise it. So it's a complex set of factors, but very easy to get hold of, provided you've got the humility to start by asking and listening rather than talking.
Thank you very much, Fergus. Has anybody got a question to put to Fergus before I move? Yes, thank you. I wonder if we can get the microphone. As we move back to Fergus, I'm going to come to Christophe and Graciela as well. My summary of what I took from what you had to say. A couple of questions of my own that I'm going to sneak in. Sorry. And then we'll hear from the audience. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Christine.
Can you stand up, Laura? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christine Kutan from Kenya. And I liked the presenters who have done wonderful job this morning, kudos. And then my question is directed to the last speaker. He said about science not to be seen as a complicated subject. And he also pointed out that there's a part that was done yesterday about somebody using a video to communicate the need to have more women playing their part in the land restoration. So my question is, given the papers that have been presented or the information that has been shared, is there a way the top scientists can work with the youth in creating videos, in creating scripts that can be understood in the debate, and also using the mobile app you have said, or even other mobile apps that can be able to communicate this information that is of scientific nature, so that can be applied and used by people over and over, so that we have that continuous database that people can be able to share, like the way we have been sharing on WhatsApp forward, that really brought help. But in this time, I'm suggesting that we have something that is science-based that can be shared widely worldwide. Thank you.
Yeah, I think two really critical points there. One is that the youth issue is really significant. I was incredibly encouraged at the last COP that I was at, which was COP26 in Glasgow on climate change, that it was the youth contingent to the COP that was trying to push for agroecology as a key element in the text of the Coronivia Joint Work Programme on Agriculture. So that's connecting agriculture to climate change. And I think that that's hugely encouraging, that it's the upcoming generation that seem to be really switched on in terms of what is happening. In relation to gender, I think the issue here is challenging norms. It's a question of how do you get people into a space to question and actually be aware of what is happening. So in that video that I mentioned, you can see role-playing situations where men are playing the role of women and women playing the role of men in order to try to understand the dynamics. They put out how much work in different tasks are contributed by women. And quite often people are getting a really different view of what is happening as a result of confronting themselves with that information. And then men and women can quite often start finding ways to improve the situation and to make things better in terms of improving the agency of women in that process. So thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Right, I'm just going to read you a couple of headlines here. Why our second guest mattered. A new chocolate cartel might mean rising costs for your sweets. Why chocolate could soon be more expensive. Demand for chocolate, New York Post. Demand for chocolate feels surge in price of cocoa. The tasting table. The price of chocolate could climb higher than ever. Here's why. The Guardian of London. Climate crisis to hit Europe's coffee and chocolate supplies. Chocolate makes headlines. Chocolate matters. So, I'm not even going to get into the headlines of the huge debate that came out when the Snickers bar was made smaller and everybody was worried at the price they were having to pay by having less cocoa in their belly. Okay, that was another huge old story. So that struck me straight away. Cocoa, chocolate matters. And you said something, Christoph, at the very beginning. You said, if nothing is done, then what? That's something I want you to address. And you were talking about reversing degradation. You know, how do you do it? You touched on the damage that is done over 50 years to the soil, and you mentioned that there was socioeconomic. But what exactly? What is it? Is it the farmers doing it? Is it other use on the land? Just I think it would be useful to expand that particular point. And also, you mentioned disease. Is that something that is inherent within the cocoa, or is that brought in because of environmental factors? That's something else that would be fascinating to know if we have time. And this idea of tree planting, tree growing within a cocoa plantation. What does that mean? And data is linked to all of this, so nothing actually works unless we have data. How much data is there out there, and is it being shared? Data sharing. We've learned how key this is in the pandemic. What's happening within your particular sector? Those are my minor points. I saw a hand go up. There's somebody, yes. If we could get a mic to the gentleman at the back, and if you could introduce yourself and ask your question, if you could stand up for me, please. Thank you. And this is to Christoph.
Good morning. My name is Moïna Kone. I was a reporter back by session. In French. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Moïna Kone du Marais. Ma question va s'adresser au docteur qui sont formés de la Côte d'Ivoire. Depuis le début de la conférence, on a beaucoup parlé du cacao. C'est pas très normal, parce que la Côte d'Ivoire est connue pour exportateur du cacao. Mais ma préoccupation, c'est la déforestation des zones du savane, du centre et du nord. Donc on sait que dans ces zones-là, il se trouve énormément la question du lieu. Qu'est-ce que les chercheurs ivoiriens ont dit pour ces zones-là?
So what we are talking about is the southern landscape of Cote River, where we have forests from east to west, where we look at cacao. On the central zone and northern zone of cashew. Cashew is coming very strong, caused by the first produce of cashew. So those are in fact the main three crop commodities in this area where the development is on right now. Of course, we do have shea butter and all that need to be developed as well. Some of the local crops. But this one come to the panel on the 18th. I think some stakeholders from the ministry will be there to be able to handle the for you, if nothing is done, yes, if nothing is done, imagine a world without chocolate.
I think you sold it.
Yeah, that's what will happen.
Okay.
So, I don't remember the point again. You mentioned something about rehabilitation, what it is, why we need to buy, how do we go about soil management, disease.
I think if you take one point, and we can always come to that in the lunch break, just so we can bring this particular section.
Okay.
I wonder if you could just outline for us how it is you conduct land restoration within a coconut plantation.
Oh, okay. Yes, someone mentioned land belongs to everybody, and people need to do agricultural need to cultivate it for a livelihood. Cocoa is doing the same. And we go for the land, depending on the practice, you apply fertilizer or not, and the rain will help you. And the current situation, but the rain is not regular. The environment is poor in terms of trees. Forest has been reduced a lot. So the condition of growing cocoa has changed. So because the condition has changed, we need to come up with another options to improve the conditions so that the cocoa can be produced better. Talking of land, when you do the assessment of the land where cocoa is being grown, it appears that it is an impoverished soil. So to continue to grow cocoa even in if everything is good elsewhere, we need to take care of our soil. We need to be sure that based on what information we have for the quality of the soil, we need to bring the appropriate nutrients that will allow the cacao to grow. But I also sure that if we consider, for example, the soil organic matter, although we have a lot of literature of cocoa leaves on the ground, but the content of soil organic matter in the soil is very low. When it is very low, it doesn't matter to apply chemical fertilizer. You will not hold the nutrients. So once we found that, what means that you have to do some amendments in terms of organic matter applications, that will help the nutrient to be sustained, to be held, so that they will be available to the tree. And how should you do that? Cocoa byproducts is thrown away or by somewhere to take care of it. Now, we demonstrate that if you use that, you apply it, you can slowly build up the organic matter of your soil. So the solution is in the cocoa system itself. So once you do that, yes, you improve your soil, yes, the cocoa can continue to grow. Now the issue of integrating trees, yes, in this country, we start with diversified cocoa farm, then we come up to cocoa on the full sun. The full sun limits goes still very quickly. That means that we need to bring trees back to the cocoa farm. The farmers need it, the environment need it, and the chocolate consumer need it as well, so I can continue to grow.
Before I hand over to the person to close the session, I just want to point out there's an elephant in the room. We've been talking about desirable trees in managed farming systems. And the elephant is that in Africa we have millions of hectares of land, woody species, which are not desirable and which are not managed. All the way from southern Africa up to the Horn of Africa, across through Ethiopia, we have woody invasions and result of tree species, as I said, unmanaged and wiping out ecosystems that are hugely productive. So let's also keep in mind, much as we need desirable trees well managed in our landscapes, we also need to pay our attention in the degradation discussion to the undesirable trees in the landscape. With those comments, I'm going to hand back to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. And finally, very quickly, land degradation neutrality. I only learned this term 2 weeks ago. So for those watching and who are not familiar with that, I think it's important that you give a nice, succinct definition, please.
Land degradation neutrality is about taking stock of where we are up to now. This was part of the country debate. What is the degradation? And neutrality means our aim, my vision is I will strive to reverse so that I at least maintain or enhance through actions. I reduce the land degradation by year 2030, which is in the Sustainable Development Goals. But it's about doing actions of the process moment that will lead to stop current degradation. And if that degradation is unavoidable, because we have to recognize Christopher spoke about livelihoods. So if that degradation is unavoidable, then that the land degradation neutrality will say, well, you think how or where about it. You could do something to compensate for that unavoidable loss. And this is what I think Byron and other of my colleagues have spoken this week, integrated land use planning.
Castiel, thank you very much. Christophe, thank you very much. And we also have to lose Fergus because he had to rush to his next session. He said thank you for listening as well. So we're going to move on to our next section.
That was a wonderful start of the day. So the next session, I'm going to invite my colleague Jean Sharp, who will be moderating. So we're going to get the next presentations up and running. But before doing that, what I'd like to do, for those of you that weren't here for the introductions early on, you're probably asking what is going on the project screen right here. So I just want to point out the artwork that is developing today, and that there's an artist, Stephen Heckman, who is currently working from Northern Ireland, who's listening to us today and listening to our conversation and capturing and listening art. So this first panel is the land of the So I hope you enjoy this show that's also going on here. We're like multimedia here today. So with that, I'd like to have Jean-Luc come over to the next session.
Thank you, Lucan. Good morning, all. So we have learned about, or you have heard about many messages about integrated land use planning and land degradation neutrality. And we believe at SPI UNCCD that we need to do the right thing at the right place, at the right stage, at the right moment. And to be able to do that, we believe that what we can measure, we better can manage. That is the key issue of this current session. And I am Jean-Luc Schott, senior scientist at IND, and I have the honor to be part of the scientific policy interface, so I am a former SPI member. So I am delighted to invite 3 outstanding speakers to address this issue, and I will give the floor please to become. And Franchi Echelgi, sorry for the pronunciation, French speaking English for the German. So, I'm Franchi, a project manager at the global project Geodata for Development, supporting the GeoLDN initiative, the German Development Agency, and she serves as the co-chair of the GeoLDN initiative. Thanks a lot, and she will be with us. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, I would want to manage better to the topic and the theme of the GeoLDN initiative that I will be talking about. I'm one of the co-chairs of this initiative. And if you remember, there was a decision at COP13 that mandated which global observations to support countries or European parties to a measuring LDN to want to mention that we are all aware that tools and data are necessary and are important for guiding evidence-based decision making. If there is no enabling environment to put this in action, then there will be no evidence. So we always take this into account. There are many tools, and if you have seen the FBI report, we saw that there was a review of many tools for land use planning, and there's no just one size fits all tool that you can use. So
Thank you so much. I'm really kind to join. I have the pleasure to invite on the panel Salima Mahmoudou. So Salima is a research associate for Africa Forest Team with the Food, Forest and Water Program. She helps conduct research and assists the Central African regional offices in updating their forest atlases as well as WRE. Salima, in turn, with the United Nations Environment Program and the Nature Conservancy, where she assisted research projects on soil degradation in drylands and land restoration using remote sensing technology. Salima, you have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you so much for everybody. Welcome, bonjour, even to all of you who are here. And allow me to start my intervention with just one quote that really reflects the name of this session, but really highlights the importance of data in the work that we're doing. Without good data, we're flying blind. Without good data, we are flying blind. And if we can't see it, we can't understand it, and we can't solve it. These are the words of the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, who really speaks of the value of data, not just to understand what we're doing, but to get us to solve the different challenges. And this really states it into the challenge of land degradation and restoration in general. Today my intervention will be really focusing on the Sahel, a region that's home to myself, but that has a lot of challenges when it comes to data. So as many of you know, the Sahelian countries have taken an engagement of restoring 100 million hectares. And many of the different projects, partners here present, have planted trees, growing trees, investing in growing and regreening this area. But today, I must say that none of us are able to really say what is the true extent of restoration across the Sahel, nor the rest of Africa. We have some ideas at the projects level. We have some ideas at the country level, but none of us are able to systematically be able to understand the extent, the impact, and what is to be done to really get to those 100 million. And that's where the value of data comes into place. And today I'm not here to talk about the fact that it doesn't exist, but rather to explain the trickiness behind why it's not there yet. It's easy to say we wish we could have it, but there are real challenges behind it that really prevents us to get into a monitoring system, a systematic way of understanding the impact of restoration, and really being able to report to LDN, SDGs, AFL 100, Great Green Wall engagements. And I'm going to summarize those challenges into two groups to facilitate the understanding. On one side, we have the challenges of the technology, and the other side, we have the challenges of creating a common understanding. So to begin with the technologies, what are those challenges that really prevents us to get into a clear understanding of what is happening in those lands? We hear of the 5 million hectares that have been restored in Niger, 15 million in Ethiopia, 3 million in the Katanga region, in Burkina, in Senegal. There's a lot of successes, but yet we don't have a clear understanding. And one of the great reasons is that the technologies that we have today aren't able to capture the changes in our ecosystems. Most of the data sets and the systems and algorithms that are able to track forest changes are simply not adapted to semi-arid lands like we see in the Sahel. And that is the reason behind it is that we have open canopies, we have scattered trees, which means that the medium resolution satellites are not able to accurately estimate the true extent of what is happening in our landscape. Therefore, they often relate and underestimate what's really happening. We know there are trees, we know there are ecosystems in our drylands and semi-drylands, but we're not able to capture it in the majority of the global data sets that we all know of. Another reason is that our forests are dry, and they're often categorized at the global level as shrubs. I call them forests, but someone from DRC calls it a dry shrub because their own forests are a lot more flush and brush, but that's a difference in definition. So we need to get closer to the technology, but really tailor the technology to that ecosystem to be able to capture capture the real changes. And that's really the value added of data, understanding it and managing it. Another example that I would give you is really understanding the definition. Today, all of us, for some that are from the Western Africa region, you know that we have many classes in our land use planning. It's not just forest, agriculture, and savannas. We have so many smaller subsets of our ecosystems and land use changes. And the different monitoring system and land use covered data sets are not able to really capture those changes. Therefore, they're not able to help us better manage the different ecosystems and different challenges that we're seeing. And this is just in terms of the technology. I'm not going to go on. There are many other challenges. But then there's also the challenge of common understanding. And this is one that we underestimate, but it's really behind why we do not have a clear understanding of what is happening in our region. Today, when we look across all of our countries, not just in West Africa, but even at the global level, we don't have systematic methodologies of agreeing on how we track it. So if myself, I track it and count trees differently than my colleague here, how are we going to summarize and centralize our information? It's simply not going to happen. We need to get closer to agreeing on sets of indicators that we're going to agree on sets of methodologies to be able to track it accurately. There's also the reality of our countries where data is scattered. Data is being collected by a regional center, by the Ministry of Agriculture, by the Ministry of Environment, but none of them talk, none of them share data. And this is the reality of our countries. So how are we going to get to a shared understanding if even at the national level we're unable to really connect data sets and being able to create some shared understanding? So that level of understanding is important. And the previous speaker has spoken about capacity building. A lot of the data sets that we see for the Sahel or even at the global level are not produced in our countries. And it's okay, but we need to be able to provide capacity building and true knowledge transfer for them to be able to use this data, utilize it, but also connect it to ground level data. And I think all of these challenges makes the fact that we do not have, whether it's at the Sahelian level, at the African level, a systematic way of really tracking what's happening. So how are we going to get to those LTN targets, the SDG targets, the AFR 100 million targets, the Great Green Wall targets? So there's a lot of work to be done, but to get to there, we really need to get to the very small challenges that I have mentioned. And these are just a few of them. But allow me to lighten the mood and talk about the positivity. There are great challenges of why it's not happening, but there's also great progress that can happen around data production, monitoring system, and really systematically being able to understand what's happening in our countries. One example is a trees in mosaic landscape data set. This is one of the first data sets in Africa produced by the World Resources Institute that allows you to see at a 10-meter resolution. For those of you who are remote sensors, you know that 10-meter resolutions really gives you the details to really appreciate what's happening in our countries, and allows you to see the cover of trees across sub-Saharan Africa. That gives us information that we never before had to be able to really understand what is happening. Where are all those trees at? Where are they not? Where should we invest and how can we do it? And that type of data sets, like the trees and mosaic landscapes, would not only allow us to understand what's happening, but reduce the cost of verification. We no longer have to go as often to the ground to verify things. Don't get me wrong, it's still needed. It's just we will not be needed as much. But most importantly, it's going to give proofs that millions of communities are actively working to restore their lands. We keep saying it in all of these sessions, but we don't necessarily have the proofs. Let's bring those proofs to our donors, to our governments, to our partners, and really show them there's changes. So I do want to stress through my allocation that yes, there is positivity happening with the trees and mosaic landscape. There's other soil health data sets from ICRAF that are really growing, but we really need to get to the crust and of these challenges that I mentioned at the beginning to really make use of it. Very quickly, I want to end my allocation with 3 points that I would like you to remember. The first one is that this trees and mosaic landscape is going to give visibility story of the true impact of restoration. So it's not just the tree cover. We all know of areas that were completely covered by trees, but did it really change the life of community around them? Maybe not. Maybe we planted trees where they didn't need it, or maybe they planted the wrong type of species and it's not producing any economic value to the community. And the last and final point that I want to make is that monitoring should be thought about not as just tracking, because we often think of monitoring, what is happening, let's track it. We need to think of monitoring as a decision-making tool. How can we use it to also understand, are we financing the right areas? Are we investing our money in the right places? Should we divert and really focus? So prioritization, strategic thinking, planning should also be seen as an avenue for all monitoring purposes. So let me end with the same quote I said at the beginning. Without good data, we're flying blind. And if we can't see it, we certainly will not be able to solve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, we are very much on track in this session, and please send your questions because we have many messages of technology, sharing data, and also at the different scale too for policymakers or for advocacy. So please send your question for the event session. Thank you so much again for our two first speakers. And I have the pleasure now to invite on the panel Dr. Henrik Skopel. Dr. Henrik Skopel is a senior scientist at the International Center for Agronomic Research for Development, CIRAD in France. And Henrik Skopel has recently developed researches on tropic system and on how to support agroecological transition with small-scale farmers in several countries. And really hope that these speakers will be very much echoing what is has already been said. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin my speech shouting as previously, just before, that as I try to speak about agroecology as a way to try to manage more sustainably our lands, and focusing more on pesticides, as well as elaborate different impacts and performances of agroecological systems in countries. So I will focus this speech on a very specific example in the project, comparatively, and I will keep this speech in the name of a wide team of people involved in this project. So this project is not actually the Galapin project. Galapin project is a very ambitious project led by the Carib Operation GO, working in very granular regions. So we are working across the source of 7 countries, working together between president and actors, farmers, NGOs, and science, trying to develop the activities of this project. The project is structurally three main components. The first one is trying to create the community of practices around agroecology, that's the different context, analyzing, characterizing the ecological transformation initiatives, and trying to share experience between the participatory project in this aspect in terms of management of the agroecological practices. The second one is more focused on assessment exercise, and trying to have a model of keeping assessment of the impact of these practices. And the third one is to use this information to try to global advocacy at the local and international level. So the focus of the speech will be interaction of the two components between the different diversity of the practices or the systems or the agroecological initiatives that we are talking about, and the way to try to characterize and analyze and assess the impact of this. So the first point is that when we are talking about agroecology, it's not an easy way to define what it is exactly, and to say a precise definition and to define precisely systems in terms of agroecological transformation. Very often, we are talking about different kinds of actions interconnected between them at different levels and have different types of stakeholder relations of the socio-technical system. So that's why people try to work as which are more defining the principles of international, for example, the elements of the art, for example, characterizing what are the changes, what are the transformations, what are the systems when we talk about agriculture. So the first difficulty is that the function of the combination of these principles or elements in the kind of system of conservation that we are doing, the intensity of agricultural transformation is different. So we are curious to try to see how is the intensity of agricultural transformation that the systems are representing. The second aspect is that when we work on the level, it's combined with chemical levels at different scales. So getting things that for example, biodiversity, we try to take biodiversity not only at the food level, but trying to see how we can organize this biodiversity at the farm level, in terms of diversity of the activities, at the village, or the small community, and then at the same time at the territory of the landscape. So this scale is very difficult to define, and the object that we want to assess is very difficult to define. So in things about activity, we identify two kinds of what we are called initiatives. And in these initiatives, there are different examples. The first one could be a simple farm, or a family trying to adapt their own system by their own way, trying to adapt and taking to become more their own resources and increase the adaptation to the efficiency of their own resources. It can be a group of farmers doing the same but interacting between them, trying to share experiences and to be more efficient in the transformation, sharing more knowledge and experiences locally. Or it can be a structured organizational innovation, such as a cooperative, a mutualization of equipment, any kind of organization of the farmers or local actors that facilitate their access to the market, for example, to the resources of the market. So the second point was try to define what could be in front of this diversity situation, the best assessment level that will be able to take the globality of the impacts of this transformation on the society around the community. So what we did is try to analyze, do a systematic review on literature, both in scientific literature and literature, so you can see that the practitioners of some methodology, just analyze 900 papers, and then we found we identified 40 papers to do analysis of agricultural systems. So the first thing was to try to see what was making the better attached into our multi-criteria assessment. So we try to analyze these different methods through three primary criteria. These criteria were very important for us because of the context and the nature of the which we were doing. So the first one was assess the level of agricultural position, that famous degree of agriculturization. The second one was to consider the dynamics of the agricultural position, or the process in that we assess the process, the dynamics process of change. The third one was to adapt to local conditions, of course, so that we able to adapt to address local conditions. The fourth was to consider social action. We're not talking about technical change, we're talking about social organization. And the fifth was based on factual approach. So we did this comparison of the 14 methods, and the first result was that for some of the criteria, the maturity of the method was covering quite well for the fast approach and the transdisciplinary approach, but for some others, for example, the capacity of clarifying the energy intensity, a very difficult cover. So the result was at the end, one of them was actually completely the right field, or was addressing the right field. So we tried to adapt a new methodology, taking into advantage Peter and the others, and develop a 4-step methodology. The first step was trying to analyze the function of the agricultural initiative. Who's doing who's leading, what are the governance and interactions with the actors inside of the initiative. The step 2 was trying to clarify the nature and the level of the agricultural intensity of the positions. The step 3 was to try to characterize the condition of the development initiatives. What are the local or the federal conditions, elements, the development of this initiative. And the 4th step was really the impact assessment, taking into account 4 dimensions. The first one was the economy, and impact. The second one, environmental impact. The third one, the impact on livelihood, and the 4th one, the impact on the resilience of the system. So, work in resilience. This is just to illustrate, I won't go through all the different, the 4 dimensions of this assessment have been very specifically together and usually reviewed. And this list of indications that we discussed quite a lot is the scientific community and risk practitioners in the process. So I won't describe all these things. Then we are in the phase right now in applying the methodology, the assessment methodology through the 14 initiatives that the team identified or selected in the active project, so that this is the example of the case in December, we are thinking about the formulation, thinking about regions, thinking about the certain region of Australia. We applied the 4 steps of the evaluation, probably in the time, and right now we are analyzing the results at the same time, but at the same time, the adaptation needs to the methodology according to the reality of and the first main result, we learned that we need to adapt this methodology and examine the context and the business resources available. The conclusion of this speech is that we have seen that we have tried to define or compare different types of methods. We have built a new methodology trying to try to advantage of the other experiences on assessing other assistants. And right now we are in the process of attaching this methodology is 2 main objectives. The first one is try to adapt to the conditions, giving the local actors a tool that will improve their own activity or their own action in support of the farmers in their transition. And the second one is trying to prove that this general advocacy on the benefits, impacts of our agricultural system, and we all bring that to the community that we are very respectful in these communications.
Thank you so much. So before we leave the questions, I hope that you have as many questions as I have, because we have heard so many key messages about data, and we have seen that all stakeholders are pretty much involved in how to extract the data, to build capacity, at what scale, and how to adapt the tool, the flexibility, and it's measuring. It's not only biophysical, it's also social interaction, and so on. So, I give the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to throw it right back into Jean-Luc, because he said he has so many questions. So I think that's going to be amazing. But before we do that, I'm going to come to the audience and ask for those who were following everything that was done and is specific to you, are there any questions you'd like to pose at this stage to our speakers? Yes, if I could just get a microphone to, we have 2 hands up. Well, thank you very much for those interventions. Thank you.
Alors, bien bonjour à tous. Je vais parler en anglais parce que je suis mariée déjà. Et ma question s'adresse à Madame Salima. Déjà, j'ai été très heureuse de la voir devant une femme africaine qui s'exprime et qui parle de données. On sait tous qu'en Afrique, c'est vraiment difficile d'avoir des données dans notre pays, en Afrique en général. Moi, je voudrais savoir quelle stratégie on pourrait avoir pour convaincre les politiques, sinon le gouvernement, de l'importance des données et également les compteurs qui se trouvent déjà dans des zones régulées, sachant qu'ils ne sont pas toujours, on va dire, ne sont pas toujours allés à l'école. Donc, comment faire pour les convaincre de l'importance de ces données-là? Merci beaucoup.
Okay, so just very quickly to just going to translate that and summarise it. So she'd like to pose the, sorry, I didn't get your name. Othelon? Seigneur? Demandé. So the question is basically addressing this to Salima and the challenges that are faced with data. She recognised that for most of us in Africa, we understand what those challenges are. But what she would like to know is there a strategy or an approach to speaking to governments about how this can be resolved and convincing the governments that this needs to be looked at urgently, whilst recognising that there are many people in the areas that are affected who have data sets missing that are not educated, and yet it still needs to be addressed.
Merci beaucoup pour ta question. If that's okay, I can answer it in French, or would you prefer that I do it in English?
So I'm going to give you this, so you've got it, please. Do it, oh, you have one.
Sorry. Yeah, no. So two questions. First on the strat, I would actually kindly disagree with you and tell you that there's quite a lot of data. Africa and our landscape, especially when it comes to restoration, we have one of the best data of what is being done because we've been doing restoration for years. Some of the center of research in these countries have extensive data. Now is how are we connecting those data and how are we making use of them to be able to shed light on what is happening. So that's one, extracting those data from different projects that we've had for years and being able to connect it to really make sense of it. On the second end is how do we convince our government partners? It is true that monitoring has always been seen as a ticking box, something that they do for a project, and it's often project MME. So have I reached my goal? Have I done what I've said? This is not monitoring. This is MME, monitoring and evaluation for project. What we're talking about is really creating transparency, and that's different. To be able to do it, one, countries are increasingly having to do it because they have to oblige to ODD, to all of these targets, national, regional, and global, that they have to report to. So they're increasingly looking at ways to do it because on the other end, they're being given more and more stricter indications on how to report back on their targets. So that's one. The second thing is that we've seen countries, especially in Africa, being increasingly interested in building their own monitoring system. And an amazing example is Ghana, who has developed incredible capacity at their national level, at the EPA, with remote sensor, GIS experts, to really be able to build that capacity internally. And the last point, from my experience working in the development area, is actually going from the donor angle. What I've seen our countries to be interested in is when the donor is asking to go deeper and provide deeper details in terms of monitoring, they do it. So we go to the donors and work with them to be able to create a strong monitoring system attached to the funding streams, to be able to, from both ends, be connecting and creating that consistency in what it needs to happen. And to answer quickly to your last point about local communities, we've seen examples, and I've been on projects where local communities are the ones collecting the data from us. We're not present. We're not in all of these millions of villages. I am a big advocate of remote sensing data, but I think that ground level data is key. It's the goal that really tells us the true impact of what is happening. And we cannot collect this data. So we work with local communities, we train the farmers, we train the youth to go and pick up, and we're doing knowledge transfer because we're teaching them new technologies and how to use Kobo Connect or other what to be doing.
Super, thank you very much. I think there are a number of stories from a storyteller angle that need to be told right there. So I don't know about you, but I learned a lot there about what is actually taking place in terms of collecting data. And just before I throw this back to Jean-Luc, when I was flying over, flew from London via Brussels, sitting on the runway for 4 hours of delay, but eventually got on a plane to Abidjan. And you all know you can track your flight, can't you? You know, when you look at the screen and what have you. So there I was, on a lovely map, and I was comparing what was out the window as I was flying over the Sahara. So you know, you saw the colour change, and I'm looking, and I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm not too sure about that, you know. But, you know, there is the power of that. So, under the 10-22 resolution, I think it's like a gold standard of research now, isn't it? But thank you very much indeed. Any more questions from the audience? Yes, lovely, thank you, take it away.
Thank you very much for Minister Sofia for Argentina, to express congratulations, because this day is very special for this family. My question is about address the level of ecological crisis. That's a central point in the ecological progress that is good for all. For finance, women, people, rural communities, and us, we are consumers, and also part of the society. What we know about something, and my picture is that expansion of the strength of the ecological implies our change. Where is government the federal system? Especially in terms of incorporating the movement of political approaches and the control of systems that are local communities, which are our destinataries, especially by the government sector. How do you decide when you contemplate to put in practice this important concept? Thank you very much.
Sure. First, all the sequence of the issue, on the first point, there is an issue to try to that. That's why the people trying to define global heat has been taking quite a long time to try to see what are the specific characteristics of a regulatory position, taking into account all the experiences all over the world, the people. Experiences in South are very interesting. There is a long consultation of different kinds of NGOs, research institutions trying to see what are the specificity of regulation, trying to define what are the main points, and the main principles, and the main elements that define this as elements for the how, as a way to start this. And the first step, when we talk about this, the first step is that to see how these elements combine in the context of different kinds of experiences. Because in some places, people are just changing a bit their production systems on the technical aspects and trying to see taking into advantage more the ecological processes to be more efficient in their production process. But in that case, the transformation are very in-depth. The transformation try to and sometimes we have a kind of reorganization of the social relationship inside of the community, taking into account the gender. For example, in Brazil, people are very involved in this gender relations in the agricultural transitions. So these different dimensions lead us to try to see which kind of agriculturization we have to think about. We want to assess the impact. The first step is to try to characterize the degree of transformation of the system we are trying to prepare, and according to the first step, and then after that to try to characterize the real impact on different kind of divisions. There's another point. At the end of
it is more important. Thank you very much.
Any more questions from the audience? Oh goodness, fantastic, wonderful. We go to the gentleman with the red t-shirt.
Hello, bonjour à chaque fois que je suis j'ai été difficile. J'ai été vraiment édifié par l'exposé du ministre Kamoudou. C'est une contribution que je dois faire en tant que journaliste en tant que militant. Il faut mettre l'accent sur la communication et le partage d'informations. Parce que le Niger, nous le savons, c'est un pays sahéliens. Et vu tout l'effort du gouvernement nigérien à nous accompagner à l'efforestation nationale pour la paix. Ce que je veux dire, il faut accompagner cela. De la communication, mais partage d'informations avec tous les pays de l'Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Ibrahim, merci. Ibrahim was just saying he just wanted to add a contribution rather than pose a question and underscoring what he sees as a very necessary development in terms of focusing on communication data that is held by scientists, particularly what it case that Nigeria has support of a forestry project. C'est ça, c'est vrai? C'est oui? So more a comment than a question. Final question from the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation from all the panelists. My name is Omar Hassan from Kidima. Yeah, I have just one question regarding the gender considerations, for example, in the Sahel area in terms of landscape restoration, particularly the activities of land restoration. We know that youth and women are playing key role in land restoration activities. For example, from the presentation of Salima, I just asked the question, what are they doing to accelerate future taking into account gender restoration?
Thank you so much. And I think the presentation from Siraj really showed that it's not just about the physical, it's also about the social and economic impact of restoration. And I completely agree with you that yes, our community members are part of the degradation problem, and we do need to understand the value added of youth and marginalized group, including women, in these processes, especially when it comes to data, for instance. And where we utilize them a lot and work with them a lot is around the social economic aspect of restoration. Currently, we're undergoing a research really understanding the distributional impact of restoration. We often talk about the environmental impacts, the added trees, the increased yields, the water management, the retention rates going up. But we often do not talk about who was targeted by that, who was impacted. So there's a lot of research being conducted by national researchers, by international researchers, to really understand that angle. And I do think that LDN, through the three indicators that you guys have also integrated different components of youth and gender to be able to create some greater understanding around productivity, let's cover and so on. So I'll let her speak of it, but there's a lot of global perspectives that are increasingly taking the gender approach and really ensuring that they are incorporated into impacted assessments and progress assessments in general.
And did you want to answer that at all? Thank you.
Yeah. No. Well, this is then mainly referring to the banking side of things. For the indicators, this is just by the particular indicators. Here, but we don't have any banking but of course, if we want to take decisions on the ground, and if we want to plan, then what we need was socioeconomic information and including gender information and coherent and which you can incorporate in your systems. And of course, data sharing was part of your speech before. Data sharing is a big challenge there as well. It's not only the technological issue, but it's also the political will of sharing.
Thank you. Jean-Luc?
May I ask a question to the panelists?
It's all yours.
Wow. It's at your time. Yes, sorry. Thank you so much for the question from the audience. I would like, if it's okay, to ask to echo to what I have heard in this session, that we have heard that if you want to measure, there is a need of data, there is a need of technology, and there is a need of data. And in order to provide data to policymakers, but also to the population, to help them to make the right decision at the right place at the right place. And my question is going to what you said, Samina. You attract our attention to move from indicators to indices. And my question is, what would be the added value to have an aggregated indicator? Are we not going to lose some specificity, some sensitivity of this indicator to be able to help people from the ground take the decision, but also another aspect of my question, to help policymakers at the global scale with these indices to do the right thing? That's my concern. I would like to share with you and you. Thank you very much.
I have the same question. Yes.
And I must say that's a personal opinion, so not attached to my institution. But the reason why I'm saying it is that I'll give you one quick example. We've all heard of examples of areas where millions of trees have been restored, or even 5 hectares. Let's not even go to numbers we can't visually see. 5 hectares of trees being restored. Do trees grow with vegetation bringing back to an area? As a restoration perspective, when you look at it, you say, check, it's restored because it's green. It was degraded, now it's green. But then now, what I'm saying is that we need to go beyond those individual indexes to pull back and say, is this really the restoration we want? So, and to be able to do it, we need to combine tree cover with maybe economic growth and say, has that reached? And that's what I'm talking about, indexes, where we have multiple indicators and we weigh them to say, this is the aggregates that we think are adequate to an area to really create the change. Because when we simply talk about millions of hectares being restored, we're not really talking about the underground actual impacts of what did it bring. 5 hectares of lands that has been restored in the Cashew Basin in Senegal can have greater valuable impacts than 5 million hectares in the savannah in Ethiopia where nobody lives. I'm just talking about really getting beyond the indicators to getting closer to the impact and the storytelling of the true impact. And that is why I think indexes, aggregating some of these impacts to create a storyline to be able to really pull back the story out of the changes rather than actual physical changes. But I agree with you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would actually, for indicators, there are different, I would say there are different purposes of why we are using indices or indicators. And one is political communication. And policymakers very often want that one number of hectares restored. Just one number that they use for political communication in easy spread. But these are usually not the numbers that help us for implementing. So I would say indexes are good for political communication, but for the implementing part, you need to have the specificity of the different aspects of the biophysical, socioeconomic aspect. And this is what I also see is the integrated part of LDN and of integrated land use planning, that it is not only looking at forests and trees, but it is looking at the landscape in a whole. So it is taking into account forests, agriculture, infrastructure, what that is what we're trying to integrate. It's important for the planning process to have all of these landscape aspects plus the people in mind and have indicators
exercise of the first and input on trying to navigate them as a first or today or analysis. It's always a very interesting exercise, I would say. And use this with how you can use the information with the communities. And very often the specific indicators of the value is not very helpful for fun, because they cannot connect with us. What the sense is enough. But they try to compare the different kind of indicators and try to aggregate what is more important of what. It's a very useful, very interesting exercise to do in the social community, just to build new knowledge on using the processes that are underlying the level of the indicator for the aggregation is very loss of the pollution, but at the same time can be a very interesting exercise to do knowledge of the other.
Eric, thank you. Jonathan, can you bring your session to a close, and I'll just let the audience know what's coming next. Just let you close. Is everybody happy?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Just before we break coffee, we're waiting for the coffee, but we are still going to break for a little bit of a breather. Just let you know what is coming up. We're going to be talking about really active stuff. If your passion is education and science, we are going to learn a little bit more about training next generation scientists. I mean, this is something that I guess constantly. And also, there is a little more about a PhD program that's aimed at strengthening scientific capacity. So if you're in that field, you want to be here for that. And also, there's the opportunity to speak to some of the panel that is joining us today. So all of that is coming up. And then after the break, we've got our second session, which is going to be looking at drought. This is after the lunch break. And that is going to be fascinating. I've managed to get, I don't know if many of you know Ricky Kedge. You know Ricky Kedge? He's just, he's just on his second round. And he's working with Bahamar. Again, see the nods. They've been working together, collaborating, and they're also very passionate about environment. And they have been attending a talk that now has to leave, which they're really Ricky especially, he's got one of the most inquisitive minds I've ever seen. He's got a message that he'd like to broadcast, and also a couple of questions for the panel. So that's going to be coming up after the lunch break. But for now, we're going to have a little break, but Niall has got, where's my Niall? Okay, Niall's going to have a little game to play, which I think we should hang around for, which is fascinating, but Nicole would just like to add something to that. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll be reconvening in, I'm going to say about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. This morning, so very quickly, the coffee, the active management, the coffee is coming. So you get a break now, we have until 11 for a break. During this time, any students in the room, before we go into the next generation, our next 7 and you, any students in the room, can you raise your hand? Graduate students, raise up high, put yourselves out there. Everyone that's around here is scientists or mid-career related here. This is the time to network with these young professionals. So the other thing that we have, you can come up here and look at the work. If you'd like to take a look here, and if you're running from the session, feel free to step up on stage, and then I will let you know to call to answer the game. Thank you, everyone.
I want to share with you a very simple exercise that we do with farmers, and it's going to be giving you an opportunity to put your minds to work in an interactive way. And I'm going to invite everyone who's interested to bad thing to collect material, but I know that's challenging in a venue like this, so I brought some materials. We're going to be having a practical look at absorption, which material can hold water. Quite a simple thing, very easy to demonstrate. We appreciate it now and have the results later in the day.
Ça a commencé à quelle heure?
Ça a commencé à 9h. So any volunteers who would like, you come up and join me here at the front during the break, and you can get hands-on. Of course, those of you who are pre-academic can be hands-on and join others. I think very good. Thank you.
Il a trouvé ce son. Ce son n'est pas là. Ça est là, non. En train de jouer, non. Maintenant, c'est toi qui me demandes de diminuer là. C'est toi qui me demandes de diminuer là. Pourquoi je suis obligé de diminuer par ici? Ouais. C'est un comme il a fait hier. Mais c'est pas que ce qui rentre là. Quand ça va venir là, ça serait faible. Ça serait toujours le même volume. Ça là, il est diminué là. C'est pour ne pas empêcher quelqu'un. Quand tu veux écouter là, tu vas écouter faiblement. Mais quand tu vas prendre la solution normale qui rentre dans le son de c'est à l'écoute, ça fait 30 ans tout ça. Le son même qui rentre là, on ne peut pas diminuer ça. On peut diminuer. Dans le capteur là quoi. Non, ça, mais lui là, si tu par exemple, tu vas le diminuer là, si tu as diminué lui là, hein, c'est comme si, par exemple, c'est sensible, de loin ça va, le son va. Mais c'est l'interne que tu veux diminuer, si tu as diminué là, c'est comme si tu es en train de diminuer sa sensibilité. Le son de loin qu'elle a tenté de jouer de loin là, c'est qu'on dit la malgré c'est faible là, lui il arrive à capter. Maintenant toi tu dis, tu veux le rabaisser là, bon, toi. Lui, ça gêne rien, nous on est en train de prendre, ça gêne rien. Mais la personne qui va écouter là, la personne peut diminuer, c'est tout. Ça n'a pas gêné quoi.
Et les gars, durant le petit break ici, peux-tu mettre la caméra sur le diapo sur l'écran là? Parce que c'est...
Ce petit là.
Ce petit là, oui, exact. Tu peux faire un zoom? Exactement, c'est ça. Durant le break. Okay, everybody. So the poor organizers for the day are going to lose their voices. Please get your coffee as soon and as fast as you can. Bring it back to your seats because we want to get started again. I guess the next thing's Noel's going to talk about his game experiment. But please get your coffee, come back. I know you're so excited to see each other and you're delighted for these conversations. But come on and sit down. And that includes you, Lee. That includes you, Lee, at the back of the room. Oh, see, she's not even listening to me.
Okay, everyone.
All right, come on, everybody, sit down. Let's sit down, please. All right, I'm going to come by and pick you individually. Noel, you get started.
Just while you're shuffling back, while you were on coffee break, we had a couple of volunteers come up and fill some socks. So here we have a sock full of leaf mold material, and I'm dropping it in the bucket. Here we have a sock of topsoil. It goes in the bucket. And lastly, a sock of soil from the blockhouse last night, just unimproved raw soil. We're going to leave them in the bucket to soak, and later in the day we'll have a look what's happened. So that's it. Over to you,
Okay.
Lukwesa.
Thank you very much. Can't wait to see what's going to happen there. Right, we're going to move on to our next session now before our lunch break. Right, I'm going to invite to the stage to set the scene our moderator, Ermias. Please take to the stage, and you will invite your guests on there for us onto the stage and take us through the next segment, which is looking at the next generation of key actors. I'm going to give you mine just in case.
I think it's also working.
Okay,
yeah.
let's go with that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if I stand and then introduce a session, if that's
Yeah?
okay.
Do you want to do it on the stage?
I can be here too.
Go on,
Okay,
okay.
if you want me.
We'd like
okay.
to see you.
All right. Good morning, all. Yeah, this is the youth session, and then youth in science and policy and practice is going to be one of the best. And then, are you happy to hear from our young presenters? Yes, I hope we will be active listeners today, and then we would like to see what they are thinking about the work we have been doing. And then I think it gives me great pleasure myself. I'm Ermias Betamariam from World Agroforestry Center, Nairobi, Kenya. And then I'm also a member of the Science Policy Interface of the UNCCD here. And then I would like to thank the Secretariat and the Science Policy Interface for taking the Science Day to be a day that we talk science. And then also it is very interesting that to see that we have within the Science Day, we have a session for the youth and then early career scientists to share their thoughts. And then in this session, and then we have like 3 presentations, and then some of them are early PhD students, and then we have also practitioners, and then we have saying that during this week we are thinking it's about science policy interface, but we say that can we make it science policy practice interface? So I think the audience, the presenters today, they want to add one more P into our acronym, and then that would be very interesting. So I'm going to moderate this session with Graciela. She is also, former member of SPI. And then discussion. And then today, the journalist was asking, what is the role of science? I think to make it more relevant for the UNCCD, I think the role of our science is really to help implementers of land degradation neutrality targets, because that is more specific. This is a COP is all about. And then also some of the gaps we see is not only in science and policy, there is huge commitment from policy, but oftentimes we say that there is less in terms of implementation, and then monitoring what we do on the ground, and then learning from what we did, and then also adapt the way we are doing on the ground on a very changing environment. Also, sometimes we never stop learning, and then to learn, we need to practice, and then when you practice, we need to monitor. So this is a very interesting thing to consider, and then today, that's why I like all the elder scientists, all of you, to learn from the young ones, because I said we will never stop learning. So I would like to invite the first set of presenters, who is Sarah from University of Bonn. She is a PhD student, and then also she has also a colleague to continue. So I would invite the first presenter, Sarah, to come to the stage and then give her presentation. Thank you. Sarah.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Yeah? All right, great. So as Ermias was saying, my name is Sarah, and this is my colleague Isi Memin. And we are from the Center for Development Research, ZEF, at the University of Bonn. And today we'll be talking about capacity development and youth engagement on land, climate, and biodiversity at the science policy practice interface in the African context specifically. So we'll be providing some cross-scalar perspectives as researchers on how SPIs provide a crucial platform for youth to build capacity on addressing land degradation and facilitating restoration. So firstly, I'm focusing on science policy interfaces. She's going to provide the extra P in her presentation. But firstly, I just want to emphasize how SPIs, science policy interfaces, serve a key role in providing evidence-based advice on complex problems such as land degradation. And so they're essentially platforms for the exchange of evidence and co-production of knowledge between stakeholders of the policy process as well as scientists and policymakers. So the objectives of many SPIs is to facilitate public access to understandable, up-to-date knowledge in a collaborative process between a diverse set of actors. So an example of some major global SPIs related to land use, as we all know, there's the UNCCD SPI, there's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES. Sorry. And so the next one. So this figure on the left displays the cyclical impact cycle, where you can see how the knowledge how different types of SPIs generate credible, relevant, and legitimate knowledge through outputs such as assessments to inform policymakers with the aim of promoting conceptual and direct policy outcomes which would contribute to behavioral and biophysical changes in environment and society. So recent literature has highlighted that there's many challenges faced by global SPIs in bridging the science policy divide. With many SPI outputs persistently detached from their socio-political contexts, which then contributes to policy incoherence. So there are multiple explanations for this challenge, one of them being the inability of scientists to really identify opportunities for engagement with relevant policymakers. Also, there's a low awareness about specific SPI reports among policymakers at different levels. And finally, there's a severe lack of resources for effective and regular dissemination of these outputs to society as well as different policymakers. SPIs have really been, scholars in the literature have actually been pushing SPIs to go beyond assessments and produce different types of outputs such as capacity building initiatives to ensure knowledge co-produced is actionable. So by capacity building and collaboration among diverse stakeholders such as youth and young scientists, this has been cited to greatly contribute to strengthened understanding among policymakers, as well as partnership building and skills training in knowledge co-production. So, why do we need youth in global science policy interfaces? So I see this as a win-win solution because SPIs provide a platform for young scientists to voice their concerns as key stakeholders of land degradation. Along with offering them opportunities to gain important skills thank you so much, for future careers in science policy interfaces. Take me, for example, I really want to get into science policy, and they're offering this opportunity to be speaking, on behalf of within the UNCCD SPI. And then on the other hand, SPIs really need youth not only to gather diverse, local, and innovative perspectives on land degradation and restoration, but also to train the future scientists, policymakers, and practitioners in knowledge co-production and collective decision-making to help bridge the science policy gap in the long term. So this is really important. So increasing the representation of youth, along with other minority groups like indigenous peoples and local communities in SPIs, we will also help address the complex dynamics of environmental problems such as land degradation. And so how have youth then been involved in global SPIs so far, and how can it be improved? So one of the examples often found in the literature is the IPBES's main capacity building initiative, which is a fellowship program. And I know there's a similar one as well going on with the UNCCD SPI, but this trains early career scientists to be IPBES experts. So further steps that are recommended to improve youth engagement is training early career scientists in multiple knowledge systems, not just Western science, as well as policy support functions of SPIs, which would harmonize the practices of these different communities of actors. So ultimately, finally, just the final note for me is more resources especially are needed to be allocated to guiding these early career scientists in these science policy processes, which are also complex as they are addressing complex problems. So that is one of the most important takeaways from my research. So now going to Isi Memon, who will be talking about some case studies. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Just in addition, you hear me? Okay. Yeah, in addition to what my colleague Sarah just said, we have different capacity building initiatives coordinated at the Center for Development Research targeting African countries. So the first of these is CABES, is a very new project, but it builds up from an older project which was called WABES. So what is CABES? It's capacity development for early career scientists in West, Central, and East Africa. So we are going to be working for the next 8 years. So the project is scheduled to end 2030. And the approach is career development for early scientists and professionals to navigate easily the science policy interface as well as the science practitioner interface. Because as the earlier speaker mentioned, we can only conserve what we see. So there is a need for generation of data, and then the need to build the capacity of young people to engage in this science policy continuum. So our main objectives is capacity building for researchers, practitioners from the private sector, ILK holders, and focal points from across West, Central, and East Africa. So we are not working alone. We have consortium partners from here in Côte d'Ivoire with the University of Félix Houphouët-Boigny, from the University of Lubumbashi, Democratic Republic of Congo, from Ethiopia, University of Addis Ababa, and then we're working with WASCAL, a German Federal Ministry for Education funded project from Burkina Faso. We're also working with UNEP WCMC UK, as well as a private initiative, Kono Consulting in Germany. So yes, this is CABES in brief. As I already mentioned, these are the countries in Africa we're targeting at the moment. And then we plan to set up a master's program in 3 of these across Africa. So the first to be here at the University of Félix Houphouët-Boigny. So you can look at on our website for the call, which will be coming up anytime, maybe within the next weeks, call for application to the fully funded master's program. And then we have another one in DRC, targeting the Central African region, as well as one in University of Addis Ababa, targeting the East African region. So we are not only providing the data, we are also bridging the gap between science and policy. And we do this by setting up science policy forums. We are going to work across different scales. National, we're going to work with political partners in 8 selected countries to establish national platforms. And then we have the sub-regional level where we'll bring together scientists and policymakers from the different regions, West Africa, Central Africa, and East Africa. And then we have a CAP regional platform where we're going to pull together all these different science policy and practitioners, all for the conservation of biodiversity. So for knowledge exchange, knowledge co-generation, and also feeding into policy for reforms and formulation towards biodiversity conservation and proper land use management. So I'm not going to focus too much on what the arrows mean, but just to say that there are synergies existing between our capacity building initiatives targeted at the youth and the branching them into science, into policy as well. So the next projects Okay, just to mention that that project, CABAS, is funded by the International Climate Initiative of the German Federal Ministry for the Environment. So this is a second initiative. I'm just standing in now for the PI of this initiative. It's the African Climate and Environment Center for Future African Savannas. So this is, for short, we say AFAS. So the main aim of this project is improve livelihood through nature-based solution. I mean, by way of linking science policy and practice as well. So the target, So the target region is West Africa and East Africa. So they have a university set up at the University of Felix Ofoe as well, and University of Nairobi in Kenya. So they operate, and this is connected to Germany. Sorry, it's down here, but just to show you that Germany is a partner in this, in this capacity development initiative. So the idea is now a hybrid initiative where you have online courses delivered between both universities as well as in-person sections in country universities. So just to say, it's a joint master's program. And through the internships within this program, they try now to connect the graduate students with practitioners as well as policymakers. So just to expand a little bit on this program, it's actually not a standalone. It belongs to the network of Global Climate and Environment Center, sponsored by the German Academic Exchange Program, DAAD. So you have centers, I think this is mainly to foster a South-South collaboration, because you have some of these global climate centers in Latin America. And this is the one, the AFAS program here in Africa. And then you have other initiatives in Asia, as well as in the Middle East. So there is a synergy between all those different programs. So here, at this point, I will say thank you. And yes, these are the donors. And these are our contact details in case you want more information. And you can as well visit our website, which is still under construction, by the way, but I think you can get the basic information from there at this point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then wonderful 2 sets of presentations. Yes, I mean, Sarah mentioned that, I'm so interested to see, a PhD student come up with a topic. How are the 3 Rio Convention science policy folks are doing things, and then what are the limitations they have, what are the strengths they have, and then giving feedback to science policy interface is really interesting. And then I think that would also help us to get the feedback. And then even this week, she was really interviewing science policy interface members to get their opinion and to strengthen that one. I think that would be a very interesting input. And then, however, University of Bonn is just next to the UNCCD Secretariat. I hope next time when you go back to Bonn, you'll jump there and then talk and then interact a lot. And then, of course, capacity development is so critical, and then I acknowledge also how University of Bonn is systematically trying to address those gaps. And then thank you very much for those 2 interventions. Now I would be, now I would like to invite Yeah, I would like to invite the next presenters, and then the next presenter is Adrian, and then he is he a student, is he a farmer, is he a pastoralist? He will going to tell us, and then he's coming from northern Kenya. And then in this presentation, we have a policy and an academic, but he's going to tell us about a little bit on the practice side of it. What sets of knowledge, skills are required for the youth to get engaged in actual restoration practices? Then, Adrian, the floor is yours.
Right. So my name is Adrian Leitoro, and I am the Dryland Restoration Steward at the GLF. I'm also the co-founder of Nature and People as One, where we are aiming to restore nature and conserve wildlife in a way that brings benefits to our communities in northern Kenya. So when I started out, right, passion is enough to start. I studied business. I studied business in school, but my passion for the environment. I grew up in in protected areas around the country in Kenya. My parents were conservationists, and so that sort of just led me to start my restoration activities. But I quickly realized that passion is not enough. There is a science to restoration, and you have to seek out this knowledge. You have to seek out this mentorship, and opportunities. Look for opportunities to actually do the restoration work. So I had to look for opportunities. I got lucky to be part of the restoration stewards at the GLF, and which offered me two amazing mentors who from the World Agroforestry Center, who have guided my restoration work and have provided funding. The restoration stewards have provided funding to carry out my work. And so I needed to learn from the experts, right? But again, another thing we realized is science is not enough. Science, from the perspective of science, we need to look at our communities. Our communities have been practicing land restoration. Our communities have deep knowledge in restoration, and we needed to recognize that knowledge. So one thing we did is, an example of how we did that is we looked at what trees are important to our communities in terms of for medicine, for cultural reasons. Why not use that? We thought, why not use that for restoration work? And in this way, you have created benefits to our communities. You made it sustainable because we are able to the trees will grow because they have value to our society. The restoration becomes more sustainable in the long term. I think restoration provides a very good tool to bring youth into the mix, right? We're talking about land degradation neutrality, achieving this land degradation neutrality. The youth have this opportunity to be part of the implementation, but not only the implementation. We need to also, we are always talking about monitoring and seeing how our work is going. The youth, we should use the youth to be able to do this monitoring and evaluation. I'll give you an example of how at our organization, through restoration, we have 4 youth working full-time in restoration. We have just in the past month partnered with the government, partnered with the corporate sector to distribute 1,000 tree seedlings, and have gotten money from that. So it just shows how resources can really flow through restoration work. But that said, right, the youth we need favorable policies. We need to think about how do we translate all these policies to make it in such a way that the youth, who are the future of either addressing or not addressing land degradation and not addressing and doing land restoration, that they need this support, this financial, this policy, this technical expertise, and how do we bring that to the table. But also the youth also have to look for it, as I said. And thank you very much for listening to this presentation.
Yeah, Adrian. And then, if you ask me what I observed from the first set of presenters and the second one, practitioners are sharp. They have very few pictures, and then they finish their talk quickly because they know what they do. Wonderful idea. And then, of course, there should be the theory, there should be the knowledge, there should be the skill. But what is interesting is that he's trying to really take all the expertise, all the science into his actual practice. And then, Adrian, that was really very, very wonderful presentation, and thank you so much. And then the second set of presentation, and then, yes, and then we have Meron Teferra and then Chiara from University of Sassari, and then they are going to also give us their thoughts. And both of them are PhD students, and then I hope there will be some exciting experience to share with us. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay, I hope we'll be as succinct and effective as the previous speaker. So today we're going to talk about a newly born PhD program on land degradation and desertification I'm Chiara, and Meron is going to continue the presentation after me. We are both PhD students at the Desertification Research Center of the University of Sassari in Sardinia. So I'm going to start by saying a bit about the idea behind this PhD program and then its launch, and then Meron is going to tell you about her experience because she's actually the first student of this PhD program, and she's going to finish with the vision for the future. So well, firstly, the main, of course, idea, the main concept behind this PhD is that we need strong action against desertification. We've all read many reports, and we know how severe and manifold the impact of desertification is. But in order to really ensure effective action, we think that new ideas, new paradigms, new leaders are needed, and also that the national capacities of particularly the countries that are facing the impacts of degradation and desertification need to be strengthened. And another concept behind this PhD was that we want to inform and support existing initiatives like the Great Green Wall initiative, because we believe that we can grow much more than trees. We can contribute to increasing the fertility of land. We can contribute to increasing food security. We can strengthen people capacities, but also institutional capacities. And we can contribute to increasing the resilience, communities' resilience to climate change. So in 2021, the University of Sassari started and launched this PhD program in desertification and land degradation in collaboration with 2 universities in Burkina Faso and 1 university in Ethiopia, and in collaboration with the support of DesertNet International. The project that really allowed to do this and that first supported this PhD by providing a scholarship was EWA Belt, so a project that is coordinated by the Desertification Research Center of the University of Sassari. But there's potential for scaling up through others projects like Salam Med and also other networks of experts like the Global Network of Dryland Research Institutes. So I think I'm going to leave the floor to Meron because she's, okay, you have your microphone. Switch it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chiara. So I am here as a testimony of this program. As she was saying, I'm the first student of the program. It's a new curriculum working on East and West Africa, but with a coordination of different actors behind the curriculum. So luckily, I am the winner of 2021 scholarship funded by EWA Belt. It's a very big project working at the University of Sassari, supporting East and West African farming system. As we can see from the name EWA Belt, from the East and West Africa, belting, strengthening regional, inter-regional, and out-regional agricultural practice. So from the morning session, I was hearing that there is a challenge of that, a challenge of sharing knowledge, a challenge of sharing strengthening capacity in Africa. So I think it's a very good opportunity to see this curriculum as an answer, one input to face the challenge that we are facing. So basically, I'm coming from Burkina Faso and Ghana. I arrived yesterday because we are launching a capacity building in Burkina Faso, Ghana, next to Tanzania, that we are providing a capacity building materials. We are implementing weather stations in Africa that we can provide actual data from the background, that our PhD students from Africa also with a cooperative with EU university, that we can share and learn each other, and we can have confidential data that we are working for. So I am, of course, proud to be a part of this curriculum, that I am happy to be a testimony of this. So we are strengthening national scientific capacity in a developing countries that we are working on. We are working in 6 African countries: Ethiopia, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Tunisia, with the support of EWABEL and other projects. And we are having PhD students that are participating in the project that are strengthening their capacity. And we are encouraging South-South cooperation, because I am based in University of Sassari in Italy, but working in African data, in the ground data. So we are establishing international network, and we are here also, of course, to upgrade our international network with a kind of people that we are participating here that will be welcome to join us to support more our strengths. As we can see here, we have students from Italy, Africa, from a PhD and postdoc students. They are working under the project, but we are still working to strengthen the capacity. As we said before, it's a very newborn curriculum that we are also working. As my experience, I have been working as a researcher in Africa for more than 10 years. I have a challenge as a water engineer and land management researcher. I always have a challenge to capacity my knowledge, to access data, to work on it. So it's a very good curriculum that can support us to upgrade our knowledge and strengthen our cooperation from South-South to also inter-regional in Africa. We have a lot of partners, and we will be happy to make you have also our partner to work together to change the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then, yes, you can, yeah. No, I think it is really interesting how the academic, environment is supporting students and what their thoughts are. And then just yesterday, I came up with one young person. He's called Eric Yayo. He used to be working with the Research Institute with the World Agroforestry here in Cote d'Ivoire. And then when I asked him, where is your master study? Where are you doing? How are you advancing? He said that, no. I quit research, and then I'm doing my own business. And then what business are you doing? No, I'm trying to make use of it, restoration programs, and I'm really developing tree nurseries and all this kind of things. I'm doing a different thing. So I would like to give 1 minute to Eric to tell us, how does it mean from research and science to practice and business and then job creation for the youth? Where do you see the challenge and the opportunity? Eric.
Bonjour à tous. My name is Eric Yao, and thank you, Emias, to giving the floor. As you know, research have been done by research institution like ICRAF. When I took my first step. And after that, I think the research we done should not stay in our drawers, but need to be implemented in the farm and also on the ground. It's why here with some friends we developed I can say a business. We created a company here. We produce forest plant. So we do the production until the planting, and also we sensibilize farmers about the importance of the tree. So we produce good quality of plant. We plant on the farms with the farmers, and we monitor also the plant until 2 years, because you know that after 2 years, the plant will grow quietly. And this is a good business for us, because when we are also with the farmers, for example, for filling the bags for the seed, we also work with the women of the community and also the youth. We give them job during this process until planting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you very
yeah,
much for
thank you.
sharing, and
Yes,
then we wish
merci
you all the
beaucoup.
best in your business. So that is really wonderful. I think one thing which I heard is also there are so many initiatives by which uses organizing themselves. And then one of them could be, we said the desert net, I heard a lot of things happening, but they never connect each other. And then one of the purpose of this session is also to encourage the youth to network and then expand their sphere of influence, so to say.
very big project actually, working on agricultural intensification and funded by Horizon 2020. So I am a fellow of Iwa Belt, which is supporting my scholarship to study and join.
Thinking here about the future of SPI. So I'm wondering, do you think SPI appeals to young people as a career platform more than it being a dialogue between scientists and policymakers on thematic issues around DLDT? Is that what you were trying to say? I just want to understand that. Do you think it
This, since I just started my PhD 2 years. Some of these, the members of the SPIs here, as well, and other bodies. But I do think that it's conventions like this and conferences like this that really provide the best entry points for youth to get involved and to see if they can in any way engage in the outputs, which there's always the opportunity to provide consultations and see if they can do some review of the reports. I'm not sure specifically on the SPI reports here in the UNCCD, but especially with IPBES or IPCC, you can try to become accredited to be a formal reviewer and and I know fellow PhD students who also contribute to these reports, and that's actually like the best way to really get involved. But I'm also very new to this, so it would also be great if, I don't know, if the co-chair would like to expand on this. Yeah.
I would love to expand on that question. That was a great question. What is the pathway to get involved in the science policy interface? So what I wanted to share with everyone is that we are now piloting a program on the UNCCD science policy interface where we have early career scientists, similar to what you mentioned with the IPBES Fellowship. We have early career scientists that we are now nominating onto the UNCC Science Policy Interface to join us in this effort of bridging the divide between science and policy. So this is targeting 3 to 5 years after your PhD. And if anyone is interested in this program, we'll be taking nominations hopefully later in the year, but please come talk to me after the break.
Thank you, Nicole. Would you like to add to that? Or okay, thank you. Thanks, Ismay.
Okay, thank you for the question. I just wanted to add a very clear example of how youth can participate in this science policy interface. Like I said, we have a background project, which is the WABES project. So during the last 6 months of the project, we connect students to different internship organizations where they can work with different policy or practitioner organizations doing their thesis and at the same time internship, addressing a policy gap in their country. So like we co-generate knowledge where the students work with policymakers to find out high priority areas where they need scientific information. So one of this case is one of our students from Niger, sitting right here, Umaru. He worked on the oasis ecosystem in Niger, doing his internship at the Ministry for the Environment in Niger. So at the end of his thesis, he submitted a technical report to the Ministry for Environment. And they really appreciated the document, and based on that, they now have a project funded by UNEP, and they are going to develop a national strategy for the management of ORC system in Niger. So he's here today representing one of the members of the government of Niger in this UNCCD conference, and I am just here as an observer. So he's of a higher status than myself.
All right. Well, thank you, thank you. Adrian, I'm going to come straight to you, just to wrap up before we hear from Graciela. There is one more question. Okay, let's do this. Let's go to the question, because I want to get the questions from the floor. Mas, can you just get the yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, good mic.
Okay, no. Okay, usually I'm not talking too much, but this is important for my the future leaders. I am Dr. El-Makas, the head of the African Union Specialized Technical Office for Agriculture Research and Development. What is Kennedy asked? It is a very good question, by the way. What is the SCBI? I think what they are doing is a part from the SCBI. But now we have to teach them or train them on the politician languages. What is the problem and the many challenges of SCBI? Scientific talks on different language which a politician would like to listen. This is the disconnection between politicians and scientific. So we have to teach them. I can say daughter and sister, young daughter or young sisters, it is up to you. We have to teach them how can they talk to the politicians. This is need a training, short training. How can they use the scientific expressions which politician cannot understand to convert it into language that could be used by politicians. This is a problem. What is the main priorities of our heads of state all over the world? Mainly in Africa, and ministers. The Minister of Finance, he has his different priorities than what is the scientific thing about it. So his priorities could be defense, it could be something else. When we are talking about the certification, how can I convince him the profit of my study? This needs some experience with private sector, with NGOs, with language of politicians. This is need more than this is on PhD or MSc or so on. Second issue, my advice to my colleagues. Actually, you have to be more structured and organized at different levels, national, regional, and international. NGOs, they have to open a room for the scientific youth, young people. In addition, the role of the private sector. We cannot forget the role of the private sector. Because we are thinking about scientific, which is science we are looking for, applied research, am I right? This is the role of the private sector. They have to come on ground and they have to facilitate. So I like the word of complementary, not just one initiative here and there and so. We have to have a complementary initiative, something as a coordination. And could be done. But lastly, I have to thank them and I have to thank the initiative because this is good. If we will not start, we'll be back. So we have to start from somewhere. And thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Adrian, I can see one more hand. No, there's two more. Let's go to the gentleman here first quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just also congratulate the speakers that have just spoken. I'm from the UNFCCC, so I work quite a lot also with young people like myself. So one thing that I have two questions. One thing that is true that Einstein also said, we cannot solve problems with the same thinking we had. And of course, obviously, you know that the climate change, land degradation, biodiversity loss problems are created by us. So as young people, what are some of the things that you can advise that should be done? And I think this is also a question but a provocation to you, because as you do your research, it's not only about doing research and following the same things that have been done, but it's also finding those creative ways of changing the same ways that we've been doing in order to be able to change. The other thing that I think, Adrian, you also said something, and I like the background that you're a business person, and you're approaching this from the business angle. How do we create a Wall Street kind of venture capital platform for environmental solutions, for biodiversity issues, for nature? How do we create that so that we can scale up in a bigger way the actions that we're doing? Maybe these are some of the things that I would like to hear your thoughts around them on how we can do. Thank you.
Okay, Adrian, do you want to pick up first off with that? Yeah?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I think as the youth, first of all, we are the most interconnected generation, right? So what my colleague has said is we are already connected. It's just that coming together and taking the next steps together, as opposed to how we've always worked in silos. And we know there's a project there on restoration, there's a project there on restoration. Coming together as the 5 of us who presented and actually sitting down and having a conversation and driving that conversation towards more meaningful collaboration towards achieving the land degradation neutrality targets, the biodiversity conservation. In terms of bringing the business perspective towards the youth, I think for us, we have so much unemployment. Then unemployment among the youth is very high. So restoration offers this very good opportunity to provide jobs, meaningful work for youth. But it has to be sometimes, like for example, now we're talking about carbon finance, which is kind of a bit of a closed room for the youth. So how do we bring that down? The question is, how do we bring that down to us, right, to be able to develop bankable proposals, right? Everybody has a huge role to play. It's intergenerational knowledge transfer, right? The older generation, older generation is supposed to hold our hands to be able to write bankable proposals that then access this finance. And this is the incentive to get youth into restoration, because we're always talking about money. Money sometimes is the incentive for youth to get into, really change the narrative to restoration, get the finance down to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I've got a question that I'm going to ask. The second question I'd like all of you to address, if you could please. So just to give you a heads up, is what you've heard at COP15 something that you are going to take away? Has it met your expectations? Okay. What are you going to take away from it and implement from the end of next week? So that's the second question. I'd like you to all very briefly answer. But one aspect of what I heard today, and as part of this, we need new ideas, we need new approaches. If you need them, you know that the best way to get what you want is to come with the solution. Present the problem, come with the solution. So, for those of you who have said innovation is one of the ways forward, particularly when it comes to youth and the work they're doing, when it comes to innovation, that is the problem. What is your solution? What are you suggesting to the manager who is sick and tired of problems? It's like, okay, you've got a problem, I just need solutions. So, who would like to start off?
I think for the second question, I just have one answer. We need just collaboration. It's a usual also, the other questioner was asking. There is a usual approach that everything is coming from the top to down. So we need to change that. We need to collaborate from all of us, from the youngsters to the senior scientists, to synergy our knowledge, our skill, and our capacity. Of course, we need them to monitor us, to guide us. Of course, we cannot do anything without them. But we need to change the approach in some way to collaborate and to make a change.
Change how? Because it sounds like you've got an idea where you're thinking, you know what, that's not working. If we did it this way, we'd get to our result a lot quicker. Change it how? Do you have an idea you could share with us?
Yeah.
Great.
Actually, yesterday I was talking with one postdoc student. We were saying funding is, as my friend was saying before, coming from the top level. We need to be a part of the solution to find funding and work our innovation ideas to do that. It will be one of the examples that we like to involve in, not in the output, also in the main contribution of the initial part of the project. So we can do collaboration in that way.
There you go, Maren. Thank you very much indeed. Anybody else like to do that, or are you going to address the innovation question very quickly?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. But I think, and it's kind of connected to the second question as well. I think mentioning these new ideas, these new approaches, means really focusing on the goals. So we are all passionate about, the young people are all passionate. Of course, we feel that it's us that it's going to live in 20 years and the world is going to be completely different from what we know. So there's the passion. And if we focus on this instead of being confined in our approach, then it's going to be easier. It's like reaching a compromise in a sense. So researchers, they tend to be really specific in their field and in the way they want to do things. But now a lot of new approaches are emerging. There's a need to take a step back and give people to the voices who are actually, give voices to the people who are actually facing the problems, and be open to the possibility that there might be a solution that is different than the one that you thought for 20 years it was going to be. So instead of pushing people to get your idea to be implemented, maybe we need to open up to more possibilities.
Okay.
This is why.
Adrian is saying yes. I'll just pass it down.
Just quickly to talk about the innovation, I think something I've always had and something I always believe in is that innovation is not coming up with always coming up with new things. It's also some work may be done in another part of the continent that is working, and translating that down to your local context and making it work in your local context is also innovation. So maybe because like I said, we are very connected, maybe that aspect of being connected, you can get ideas that are working somewhere else and bring them down to your local context and make them work with your local community. For me, that's how I look at innovation.
Thank you very much. Graciela is going to come up on the stage. Oh, Sarah, very quickly. But in the meantime, Graciela is going to give her final reflections as soon as Sarah's finished this particular
It'll just
session.
be very quick, but this also goes to your question about the main takeaway from this conference, as well as I've been talking to a lot of SPI members here, as well as other people at UNCD, and for all of this to happen, all these approaches that you were mentioning, capacity is lacking. So we really need to get those resources so we can actually, raise these voices as well as implement all these actions. So that means also going into, all these different spheres, all these different sectors to, emphasize the importance of these issues, specifically land degradation, and that land is really the key, for solving a lot of these very interlinked crises. So that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, for our youth panel? And Graciela opened and started this particular session this morning, so she is going to rightly close it for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No,
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Ermias asked me to be short and to the point. So the final message for what I could listen and hear from you guys is 5 C's, 3 N's, and 1 P. Co-development, co-design, cooperation, collaboration, 2 ways of exchange, and connection, science, practice, and research. 3 N's, new ideas, new paradigms, new leaders. 1 P, partnerships. And Adrian, with his wonderful talk about our eco-entrepreneurs of the future. So thank you very much, and yes, thank you for your fabulous moderation.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And here we break for lunch, and don't forget that we are back again just after, well, we're a little bit running over, so at about 15:15, we'll say. So you've got just over an hour for some nice lunch. Top yourselves up, and then we're going to be looking at drought, not just a problem of the continent we're currently enjoying today. So I hope you can join us for that. Merci.
One quick announcement, if there is anyone here from the press, there is a press briefing in Met 17. There is a press briefing in Met 17. If there's anyone here from the press, please go to Met 17. Since they're doing lunch here, they're just going to move everyone so you have a nice isolated area.
Hi. You look like you have a question here. What's that?
No, what do we...
Let's just add this a second. I'll send it to the team. Sure, that's fine. Thanks. Yep. Avant ça, les gars, pour voir si on a besoin de choses. C'est fait? C'est parfait. Bon, il faut que j'appelle un de mes collègues, donc je reviens, j'espère dans une trentaine de minutes, mais faites ce que vous voulez. Sauf qu'ils n'ont pas commandé assez de lunch. Donc je crois, oui, c'est vraiment pas grave qu'il n'y ait pas de lunch.
Hello, everyone. For whoever is just coming in, we're just doing a little game as everyone comes back from lunch. If you could scan this QR code, a poll should come up if you have internet connection. This poll here will come up. We're going to be using polling in this next, I don't know. Great. Okay, as you're coming in for the meeting, I'm just going to keep announcing this. If you could please scan this QR code. This is kind of a fun game that we're going to be using polling in this next session, online polling, which is going to show up on this screen here. So once you scan that, it should take you to a browser, and the questions that we'll be asking you will show up. And then you can start answering. So we just want to test the system with everyone here with this question. In one word, so if you have a multi-word country that you're from, you're going to want to put that into one word because it's a word cloud. In one word, what country are you from? And we're going to test the system now. I'm getting these looks like, wow, I don't even know what you're talking about. But this will be fun. I just want to get everyone with their phones on and starting the polling because we will be using it in this session. So for those of you who have come in recently, what you're seeing up here on the screen is this QR code for, if you could please scan that, that opens a session for the polling software that we'll be using this afternoon. So step one is to scan this. It will then take you to a browser to open up the polling session. We're running a test poll right now to make sure it's working for everyone before we start our session with this question in one word. So it has to be one word. So you can obviously see here, this South is not connected to Africa. Or, nice work here, Burkina Faso, one word, then it doesn't get disconnected. So in one word, what country are you from? So I'm gonna, for anyone that just came in, step one is to scan the QR code that will open the polling software on your browser. And then step two, this question should come up in your browser. In one word, what country are you from? So we're doing a test right now just to see all the places that everyone is from.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is our second session of our Science Day. Is my mic working? Yeah, okay. And we're looking at drought risk, the possible solutions to drought. So this should be very interesting because as I just found out, and I'm sure you all know, it's not a third world problem, let's put it that way, and many people make that mistake. So we'll be hearing a little bit more about that shortly. But before we do, I'd like to just play a little video from a gentleman who was part of COP15. He was brought on by Ibrahim Thao to do the amazing work of carrying the message of what COP is all about and what COP15 is all about. In fact, he's been involved in 2 COPs. And he flew out today. He has worked non-stop. He's on his way to Cannes. As you can imagine, he's a bit of a superstar. But he comes straight from California. He just got his second Grammy. But he often Ricky Kedge, and he is part of the UNCCD's land ambassadors. There are a number of them, including the former president of Finland. You may have seen her around. She is also part of that family. We've got Ina Moja. She is the singer from Mali. We've got Baba Mal, who again is a singer from Senegal. We've also got Ambassador Kwon from South Korea, and he has pledged scary amounts of money to help with projects, particularly involving the youth and the young. Right, so let me just very quickly, for those of you who don't follow showbiz, Ricky Kedge he's a music composer, but the title he's most proud of is environmentalist. He's also a professor. He's been brought on as an honorary professor at a university in India to teach the professors how to tell the story in simple language. So he's spread himself so wide. He's Indian, and he lives in Bangalore. And I'll just read what we have here. So his focus is on advocating land as an accelerator for achieving the SDGs, and his role he sees within the UN CCD is public awareness raising through live performances and also official public appearances. He takes advantage of his fan base and also his international recognition as a successful artist and a proactive environmentalist. So we have a little video. Hassan, tu peux jouer le vidéo, s'il vous plaît? He recorded just before he flew out for us. Ça joue? Non, attends, il faut recommencer parce qu'on n'écoute rien. Sorry, folks. No. Do we have sound? No. Okay. One more try? No problem. Let's just pause, but let's get on with our first session whilst we figure out what the problem is, because we can always come back and listen to what Ricky has to say. He's also posed his own questions to the scientists that are with us today. And the reason he's done that, this is a gentleman who, when he heard about some of the, I think it was the Solomon Islands that were sinking, he took himself over there. I think it was Kiribati, is that right? They're at risk of sinking. He went and he traveled there and he spent 2 weeks with the communities. So whenever he hears of an issue, he researches it and he goes there and he finds out more, and then he just takes it on himself to campaign and to educate. So he follows the science very carefully as well. But anyway, let us kick off our first session while we sort the sound out on that. And we're talking about the implications of drought risk. And a gentleman I had the pleasure of meeting, what was it, 5-6 minutes ago? Dr. Drought. So I will leave this session in your capable hands. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we are going to change topics a little bit and move to drought this afternoon and hopefully keep you all awake. That's our challenge. Thanks for coming back. We've got a couple really good speakers on tap here, speaking to drought risk. And the good thing is we have a lead author with an IPCC chapter, and then we're going to also balance it out with the social science side and gender with Everland. So the first speaker today is going to be Dr. Vicente Serrano. He's a scientific researcher at the Pyrenean Institute of Ecology, which is a research center with the Spanish Natural Research Council. He's based in Zaragoza. So I will turn over the floor to you, Sergio. Oh, yeah, I guess, sorry, before we get started, my bad. If you've already logged into if you're new to the room, you want to scan that QR code, just say open in browser. You don't need to put in a name. You can say skip, and you can just go right to answering the poll question here. So we do have a warm-up question. Describe in one word an impact of drought that you have experienced. So can you give us any personal impact, drought impact accounts? We'd appreciate you filling that out. Yeah, migrations is obviously a good one. Let these start rolling in. Fire's really gotten a lot of attention, right? There isn't a fire season anymore. It seems like it's year-round. And drought really plays a key role in exacerbating fire. Crop failure, of course, water scarcity. Yeah, day zero, Cape Town, that's a good one. Yeah, I think there's a good one in there too, not just water quantity, but water quality. So the pollution issue, sanitation, human health. It's very good. And yield gap. So please do keep filling that out. So in the interest of time, now I will turn it over to Sergio to talk to us about the work on the IPCC side. Sergio.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, I'm Sergio from the Spanish National Research Council. I am a member of the SPI, but now I have dressed the suite of the IPCC, as I was one of the lead authors of the last report of the Working Group 1. Well, I am going to start with this plot, which is one plot which is in the chapters 8 of the IPCC report, to stress the strong complexity of droughts. Really, you believe me that to generate this plot, we needed several meetings, and sometimes to focus a meeting only to discuss about one of these lines that connect different components and different variables that are affecting drought and drought impacts. So probably drought is the most complex and difficult natural hazard to assess. So, well, this is mostly illustrated with this plot in which, well, you have on the top the different atmospheric metrics like precipitation, radiation, temperature, and wind, and, well, CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere as well. And there is a very complex link of processes and land variables that affect a lot to the translation of the climate anomalies, to the conditions of precipitation or other variables, to the entire hydrological cycle, and to be converted on different drought types and different drought impacts. We usually speak on different drought types: so meteorological, hydrological, agricultural and ecological, and finally also socioeconomic impacts. And to be recorded these drought types, it is necessary to also to focus on this complexity of physical processes, physical and ecological processes that affect drought severity. Well, since the last IPCC report, was published in 2013, we can say that there is higher evidence of observed change in droughts, and in particular, there is more robustness in relation to their attribution to human influence. So, but this is a plot from the chapter 11, in which it is shown the trend in the consecutive dry days and the standardized precipitation index from the mid of the 20th century to present. Okay, and you can see that, well, in general, there are very few regions in the world, maybe here in West Africa, areas of Southern Africa, parts of Latin America, Chile, for example, in which there is an increase in the severity of the meteorological drought. So it can be really curious to say this, to state this, that droughts are increasing given anthropogenic warming. Because if we have a look to the change in precipitation, this is a plot from the chapter 8, and based on different data sets showing what is the trend in precipitation in the last decades, we can say that
you have to be absolutely accurate.
It is not too much. So there are very few
many of my
changes.
concerts, I had a fan, a gentleman called Professor.
There are very few changes, and in general dominate the areas in which precipitation is stationary, has not changed during the 20th century and the first decades of the 21st century. But the problem is that if we focus on other metrics, for example, a metric that also is not only using precipitation, but also the atmospheric evaporative demand, which is a critical issue, particularly during the periods of precipitation deficits. There emerge some other areas like the Mediterranean, East China, some areas of Australia, areas of West North America. So based on the assessment in the report, and this plot is in the summary for policymakers, there are evidences that human-induced climate change has contributed to increase agricultural and ecological droughts in some regions, mostly given evapotranspiration demand and evapotranspiration increase that causes water losses and also increases plant water stress. So, for example, in Europe, there are these nice plots illustrate different trends of the IPCC report, and each one of these hexagons represent one of the regions, and you can see that, for example, in some areas of Africa, there is an increase of the drought severity, South Australia, Northeast Brazil, the Mediterranean, of course. So, well, this report provides further evidence about these trends. In addition, there are other phenomena that now is growing in interest, which is related to the compound extreme events. And really, in this case, we have a high confidence that, for example, the frequency of concurrent heat waves and drought have increased a lot in several regions of the world, and there is a very high amount of recent scientific literature about this issue. So this is not only related to water limitation, but water limitation and heat, which causes additional problems. And for the future, what is assessing the report for the future climate scenarios? Well, what is observed from Earth system models, that are tools that we use to model how the climate will be in future scenarios characterized in general by higher CO2 emissions. In general, we find that the change in drought and in close relationship with the level of global warming. So even at 1.5 degrees of global warming, that we are very, very close, and it is expected that will happen in this decade, it is expected an increase of the occurrence of droughts, which is unprecedented in relation to the observational record. Why? Well, this is what what the models project for precipitation in future climate scenarios, characterized by higher levels of temperature increase. And for example, if we move to a change of 4 degrees, which is related more or less to the warming expected by the most pessimistic scenarios of greenhouse emissions, you can see that it is projected a very strong decrease of precipitation in the Mediterranean, in areas of Central America, in Chile, South Africa, Australia. So in these areas, we could say that really we have a very high confidence that droughts will increase in frequency, severity, duration in future. So this is what the report is assessing here. In these areas, this is another plot from the summary of policymakers. In these areas of the world that are marked, there is, well, we have a high confidence that probably droughts will increase a lot in the future. This is another plot from chapter 8 that put in context the evolution of the drought indices in the last 1,000 years based on reconstruction of the climate, and what project for the future, for example, for the Mediterranean, Central Chile, Western North America. Well, it is not, well, it's a bit pessimistic. Well, in these areas that are marked in this map, it's expected that, for example, for 4 degrees scenarios of increase of temperature of 4 degrees, it is expected that the droughts that occurred during the pre-industrial period, one time each 10 years, will be approximately 4 times more frequent. So it is something really relevant in order to plan approaches to improve the adaptation of this phenomenon. But in addition, there are other important issues that are necessary to take into account, because, well, models also predict a general decrease of relative humidity in large areas of the world. Well, most of Europe, North America, South America, large areas of Asia. I don't enter in the physical explanation of this because this is a bit complex. But of course, this is going to cause a bit higher increase in the stress for, well, because for example, the VPD, the vapor pressure deficit, which is closely connected with the relative humidity, is projected to increase worldwide. What this means? So, well, our atmosphere will demand more water, which will be critical, particularly during the periods of precipitation deficits. So, if we put all together, not only precipitation changes, but also what is expected, the effect expected by temperature increase, what the models project, for example, for soil moisture, which is probably one of the most relevant variables in terms of land productivity, lands management, is that in general, and in particularly in the majority of the areas of the world, the frequency of dry periods will be higher. You can see in this plot, which is also from the chapter 11, in which the frequency, the times as frequent the drought periods increase a lot in several regions of the world. So this is another thing of pessimism about what is expected. Of course, this is strongly connected with the level of global warming. If we maintain global warming conditions at 1.5 degrees, you can see that this generalized increase in drought frequency and severity is, well, more restricted in some areas of the world, like the Mediterranean, some areas of the North America, but not so widespread extension of drought severity. But for this reason, well, the different, well, approaches and the different policies to reduce, to mitigate the emissions are strongly necessary. Well, I don't explain this, but this is only to illustrate that in the report, and particularly in the chapter 11, there is a very extensive assessment based on the scientific literature with details according to the evolution, to the confidence of the drought trends, considering meteorological, agricultural, and ecological and hydrological drought, and also the confidence for different warming levels. In order that, for example, I've included here the part of the table of Western Africa, in which it is possible to assess the confidence. In this case, for example, there is medium confidence of increasing meteorological drought for high warming levels. And also there is a summary for the different regions of the world in which you can assess the level of the projection and the confidence of this projection for observation for different warming levels, and also for possible anthropogenic attribution of the observed trends. Well, in summary, for high warming levels is expected a very strong increase of drought severity, but I will say that also if we continue this trend in emissions, for 1.5 degrees, of course, there is a medium confidence of increasing meteorological droughts in some regions, as I stressed previously, Mediterranean, North America, etc. But at 2 degrees, this extends a lot to other areas like Australasia, Central and North America, Caribbean with medium confidence. If we move to higher warming levels, you can imagine that the situation won't improve. What we expect are droughts of larger magnitude, more frequent, and that also affect new locations and different timings, changes in the drought seasonality, and more frequent compound events like droughts and heat waves. So, well, I will say that given this picture in the report, we say that we need to think seriously, not only on mitigation practices, but of course on adaptation measures at different levels. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you. Okay, we'll hold questions until the end, and we'll call both speakers up onto the stage. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Everlyn Naricia. She's a social scientist, so I talked about a balance here, and she's going to give us her perspectives of nearly 20 years working with gender, land, and natural resource governance at a variety of scales in the areas of policy, practice, planning, and research. She's also the coordinator of the Global Land Indicators Initiative, which is at the Global Land Tool Network, or GLTN. Naricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to be sharing with you some thoughts and ideas of the experiences of communities around the world, which I suppose are similar when it comes to aspects of or challenges that are associated with the drought. But looking at the link between governance and what are the governance perspective of managing drought, of preparedness, of mitigation from a gender perspective. But before I go to the presentation, I want to call your attention to the impacts you have written on the wall. And for those probably who haven't done the exercise, they can be able to do that. But I think the question is, do you think these impacts affect men and women differently? Men and women differently? Great. I think I have the right people in the room, so I'll be expecting a lot of contribution from your side. So, let's look at a few points about gender, human rights, and droughts. Why human rights? Because the impacts that you are talking about there also speak directly to aspects of human rights. But what we need to appreciate is that land degradation, desertification, and drought pose a significant threat to enjoyment of human rights, be it right to food, right to water or clean water, sanitation, and many other things. The impact of drought, of course, affect or are experienced by men and women differently, and that with the UN Secretary General or the General Secretary call to action on human rights did acknowledge and also underscore the importance of gender equality. And he says here, and I state it, the promotion and protection of human rights of women in all spheres of work must be understood as foundational to the values and goals of the United Nations, not as, please note that, not as a simple add-on to existing efforts. I want to appreciate that, of course, the UNCCD has already given the gender perspective attention in its work, and drought is a major component of the work of the UNCCD. So often women and girls are discriminated and often marginalized when it comes to opportunities, for example, in terms of access to land, access to tenure rights, participation in decision making, and other related challenges they face, which to a greater extent deepen inequality, which makes them vulnerable to the different impacts that you have mentioned up there. Indigenous women and girls, we know very well, they also play a major role in terms of conservation and preservation of natural environment. They are great conservationists. They also do sustainable land and forest and biodiversity management, but they also suffer the same challenges that other women face in terms of discrimination when it comes to access to tenure rights, in terms of access to benefits that are accrued from these natural resources. But we know very well, and from the places where we are coming from, and statistics have shown us very well, that women constitute the majority of smallholder farmers in agriculture. And of course, we know very well less than 20% globally of women own land. So if we are talking about how do we manage the impact and ensure that women and men are able to competitively, manage or mitigate aspects of a drought, and how will they be able to respond, and how, vulnerability levels, then we see if women do not have access to land, even decision on how the land will be used is often compromised. Of course, most developing countries also lack social protection programs or even insurance. So when drought occur, the response is mainly ad hoc in nature. And as I said, UNCCD, through the Gender Action Plan, has prioritized to increase the participation of women in decision making, strengthening capacity to participate in drought management, integrate economic empowerment, and access to improved technologies. I think this is very progressive as far as the work of UNCCD is concerned. So why gender matters in integrated drought mitigation, preparedness, and response? Because gender shapes expectations, attributes, roles, capacities of both men and women. In communities where we come from, and where you come from, definitely women have assigned roles in terms of their expectation, for example, to be the ones who provide labor in the farm or take care of the children and so forth. But when hunger strikes or when there's drought, then it means they are challenged in terms of meeting those societal assigned roles versus how they are able to respond or prepare for drought response. Women, of course, bring also diverse indigenous knowledge and critical solutions to the table, and often this is also not harnessed in terms of when we are planning for drought mitigation or to ensure that there is responsiveness to how we manage drought. Women, compared to men, also have limited access to resources, as I've mentioned earlier. Females are more likely to be killed by natural disasters like drought or fires and so forth compared to men. This because of their roles and responsibilities, and also the need for them, for example, to carry the care burden of others when such droughts occur. So effective drought mitigation, preparedness and response plans and strategies requires to understand how differently these multiple gender issues impact men and women differently, both in terms of control of resources, institutional structures, socio-cultural and formal networks, decision-making structures, which are important to be able to ensure our communities are well prepared. So there's an element of governance that I also need to speak about, and it will lead to my next discussion. That when you speak about governance, and I've tried to provide the definition here, one from Wikipedia and another one from the UNESCO International Bureau of Education. And I will go with the second one, which talks about structures and processes that are designed to ensure accountability, transparency, responsiveness, rule of law, stability, equity, and inclusiveness, empowerment, broad-based participation. These are fundamental principles of what we call inclusive development, or what we call sustainable development, but they also speak directly to aspects of governance that affect how prepared our communities are, our government are, when it comes to droughts related or drought mitigation preparedness as well as response. And by virtue of having either weak governance system, weak governance institutions in place, then we are able, the situation is likely to impact on women and men differently. Now, some of the governance-related issues that directly have an implication on women and men, of course, as well as the young people, the youth, both male and female, as well as the children. One is about land policies and laws. So if these laws are not designed in a way that they are able to address or present equal opportunities to both men and women, then we are challenged. It means women are not able to make good use of the land, or the children or female are excluded, for example, from decision making, are not able to participate in the governance of land. Then we will have a problem when it comes to their ability, their capacity to be able to manage or even respond to various issues or the impacts of drought that we are talking about. There are aspects of decision-making structures which often, as I say, leave women out. Indigenous people, for example, and marginalized communities are often excluded from this, for example, governance of natural resources, be it forest, be it water, which are also fundamental, and those are some of the components of droughts that are impacted, or the impacts that are really felt by women and men who struggle to access water, who struggle to be able to access food from the forest. When drought occurs, then everything is thrown off balance. Then there are fiscal and budget decisions. So when a government or a municipality or whichever devolved function where you come from has failed to provide, to provide resources and be able to plan, and be able to plan well to ensure that there are resources that have been earmarked, to be able to support the mitigation plan, to be able to ensure there's ability to be able to respond to drought as well as ensure responsiveness. Then when drought occur, you find governments running, and there was a study that was done among around 65 countries, and most of the countries actually indicated that for them, when drought occur, ability to allocate funds is, comes in as an ad hoc agenda. It was not initially planned for, and that really jeopardized opportunities to be able to respond adequately. Then we have institutions and good stewardship of resources. Institutions here could be institutions responsible for policies, institutions responsible for land or environment. So lack of those, lack of it will lead, for example, to degradation, corruption, mismanagement of resources. All this will present major challenges, and as I said, the impacts that we have put there, which actually the impacts that women and men will face, definitely will impact them differently. Then good governance, of course, is a necessary precondition for creating an enabling environment for poverty reduction, gender equality, which is very important, for drought mitigation, preparedness and response, and sustainable development. So these are also parameters that have been mentioned clearly in our development agenda and our development goals. So progress made on gender equality, be it through the SDGs or the Millennium Development Goals, through a UNCCD or is it the UNFCCC, all these are actually, at a greater risk because of potential risks that are associated with drought. If at all we are not able to respond and put measures in place that will improve governance-related aspects. So maybe the question is, what are those gender-specific? As I said, the impacts you have mentioned there really speaks to the gender-related aspects. Only if you unpack them, only if we are able to look at them from a gender lens and be able to see what exactly is different. So, gender-specific challenges, for example, women compared to men, as I say, they suffer drought. They suffer most during drought due to food and water scarcity. From your chart there, you can see water scarcity is really the major issue. You also have hunger, loss. I don't know whether loss is something else. Migration is, of course, a challenge. But when you look, for example, the case of Mozambique, where they experienced the the El Nino-induced drought, I think that was in somewhere in 2016. There was a study that was done there and showed that 91.9% of female-headed households had no adequate food because of the induced drought. And at the time to fetch water, and here, remember the gender roles will define that more the women and the girls are the ones to go and fetch water. We had the hours increasing from 2 hours to 6 hours. So you can imagine who exactly is impacted most in those cases. Then women and girls, of course, carry the burden of household chores, such as collecting water, of course, maybe firewood, also in terms of wild fruits or whatever that at least they are able to use during these drought situations, particularly at a household level. So when this happens, of course, we don't just look at it as a burden in terms of providing for the family, but then how do we also probably further look down and see how does this situation, for example, or this challenge or impact women, impact girls, impact the young boys, and so forth in these communities. So girls, of course, most of them will not go to school. There'll be no food at school. There will be no food at home. So most of them would probably be there hanging around their mothers, or they are sent to be able to provide different opportunities for bringing food or collecting fruits and so forth. I come from Kenya, and we've had this challenge particularly in northern part of our country, and I know it's an experience that we've seen also with other countries that are represented here. Increased risk of child marriage, sex for food, and HIV. When we say this, of course, when children are not able to find food, for young girls who are struggling, even to find basic needs and even hygiene kind of support, they probably are going to look for an extra opportunity, for example, to receive some money, and they're likely, for example, to offer themselves up for sex. Equally, for women who are not able to feed their children, they are likely exposed and become very vulnerable to transactional sex because of this situation. If this happens, of course, exposure to HIV/AIDS and other diseases are likely to take place. So women and girls are also exposed to security challenges, of course, sexual gender-based violence. When they are deep out there to look for fruits in the forest, or they've covered a long distance to go look for water, anything can happen on the way, and therefore they become vulnerable. There are also hygiene, as I said, situation and sanitation in terms of menstrual cycle. Whatever materials they used to use, for example, for the women and the girls, will no longer be available because some of these are taken from animals, some of these are taken from the forest, and even capacity to procure, such materials like, menstrual towels becomes really a challenge. Ability for them, for example, to shower and the use of water has to be significantly cut down becomes a problem. So some of these challenges I'm mentioning, they may not necessarily be issues that we discuss them often, because mainly we focus on land, we focus on the changes in climatic situation, temperatures, and so forth, but there's deep gender-related issues that we cannot be able to avoid, to look at and be able to see the magnitude and how really it affects women and girls as well as our men and boys in the communities. So for boys, the male have also to leave, for example, school to support their fellow, maybe their parents. Some will leave even school, for example, to support the migration of the animals, for example, to look for water and pasture, and their education is likely also to be compromised in those situations. So, of course, women constitute majority of the food producers, both at the household, in terms of food shortages, they're likely to face that. Availability and quality of the food will be greatly compromised. And when you ask, in most of these households, for example, the woman will be the one to know what is being cooked. The children, how the children will be fed, whether the child has received the proper nutritious food or not. So that will be the burden of the women, and that becomes very stressful. Out migration, I see migration on the chart there as one of the impact you have also mentioned. For men, of course, in search of jobs, they will leave their home often to go and search for jobs in urban areas due to increased poverty and inability to provide for their families because of the drought conditions, therefore leading to a more burden of care for the women, who now have to be both the head of the household, be the man and the woman of the household, and be able to provide for their children. Then, when that happens, of course, there will be also unaccompanied children or minors who also leave the home to go and look for food, seek better lives in the urban areas and so forth, but also for the female and the male youth are likely to migrate. And I know we have a serious migration challenge via the high seas to other countries in Europe from this continent. And we can be able to attribute it pretty significantly to the aspects of drought and inability of our land to be able to produce sufficiently and sustain the livelihoods of these young people. Environmental degradation, I don't think I need to belabor that. Deforestation will be really a challenge. And when that happens, of course, land is degraded. Lack of sex disaggregated data, as some of the additional points I thought would also be important, that as we speak about these challenges, the magnitude, cannot be fully ascertained. And this largely compromises ability to be able to mitigate, to be able to prepare, as well as to respond. And this definitely impacts on ability even to be gender responsive and gender aware of what can be done in whatever situation. Drought policy plans and strategies, therefore, are more non-gender responsive. They are gender blind. Most of them do not necessarily consider these gender dimensions while planning or while doing the strategies and how they respond. And often is taken, as a universal, group of a constituency of people who are affected by drought, often with some food materials and non-food materials that are provided. Then we have capacity challenges, technical, human, as well as financial challenges for these communities that are often probably marginalized and not able to receive support. Action to reduce vulnerability. These are some examples of action that we can be able to reduce vulnerability to drought for women as well as for men, but also looking at where most, from a gender perspective, we can be able to invest in. One is to secure tenure rights for women and girls. The aspects of water supply, infrastructure, groundwater recharge and storage capacity, the water scale, water collection, harvesting, transfer, conserving natural capital, build knowledge, social capital. We also need the voice and agency, ability for the women, for example, to communicate, for these communities that are affected to be able to communicate and put their voices on the table, not having other elites and other people representing them and probably communicating this. They are better able to explain their situation, not just globally, but also in terms of at the policy level where they need to sit and be able to communicate to policymakers. The aspects of opportunities for financial capital, drought reserves, be it from the food and other pasture, alternative livelihoods, including non-wood produce or products that can be generated, the green jobs for the young people. These are things that we need to think about when we're talking about drought, insurance, social protection, legal and institutional framework that can also be able to address this challenge. Now, why, I don't know whether I'm back or, yeah, I'm actually towards concluding now. So why is it very important for us to think about gender mainstreaming when it comes to drought mitigation, preparedness, and response? One is increasing the ability to prepare and address the different perspective, roles, responsibility, needs, you know, of the different groups for which we are able to respond better from a gender perspective. And let me also here mention the aspects of disability as also another level which we need to take into account. Enable use of sex disaggregated data, lesson learned, for example, from any drought assessments that have been conducted, and this enables to look at what are the areas can be improved and done in a better way. Enable integration of indigenous knowledge and solutions, promote access to opportunities in terms of productive resources, and making decision-making opportunities for everyone to participate and share their thoughts. Equally, enable review and development of gender-responsive policies, optimizing financial or physical plans in terms of budgets. Where do you put the money? You know, do you put more in the long-term measures or wait until the drought has happened and then you'll be running around to do what needs to be done? Integrate and address capacity needs, very important. Disseminate and uptake, dissemination and uptake of drought early warning information, very important. Compliance with the national and international standards. Thank you very much.
Evelyn, thank you very much indeed. Mark is going to come back on stage because, and you've got to come back up, madam. You can. Thank you very much. As is Sergio, please come back on stage. Just very quickly, this is Mark's speciality area. He is the director of the Drought Mitigation Center, obviously in the United States. So we thought he would be able to hone in on some of the key questions, particularly following that technical heavy presentation from Sergio. So Mark, I'm going to hand it over to you for, should we say 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, we'll try to take a question or two. We're going to do a poll first, so we're going to put up a new poll for you, break the monotony here a little bit, and then we'll go to a couple questions, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll turn it back over to Laxman. All right, so please choose a measure that should be a top priority of mainstream gender and drought preparedness. So a little pop quiz here after Evelyn's talk. Please choose a measure that should be the top priority. So try to just choose one, please. Okay, yeah, so if you've just come into the room, scan the QR code, open in browser, and you don't need to enter a name. You can say skip, and it'll take you to the poll question. So far, we've had pretty quick people getting into the system pretty quickly. And maybe as part of that question to Evelyn, if there's something there that seems like an obvious omission or a gap, that might be a good question. So looks like right now the enable equal access to opportunities and use of sex disaggregated data for impact assessment are the two leading, with the top one being enable equal access to opportunities. So opportunity. Okay, so please keep entering in those answers. That can continue on as we open up the floor for questions. We'll have a few minutes here before we wrap up the session for either Sergio or Evelyn. Any questions in the audience? We have one way in the back there. Way by the door. Yep. By the table, standing there. At the table. If you can please state your name and who you're with.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Spencer. I'm from the Caribbean island of Antigua and Barbuda. The last presenters gave us some concepts on governance. But for me as a CSO advocate, governance has another side of the coin, because you have outlined ways to include good governance, probably presented by parties. But the governance now that CSOs need is to hold governments accountable. If you look at what's happening in our society, much of the degradation, much of the desertification is coming from investment projects that are destroying these very ecosystems that's there to protect people and the environment. So CSOs have a very important role to track governments, to see where they are overriding the laws, poor enforcements of the laws that cause harm to the environment. And then the donors will say, provide evidence of the harm. In my small island state, I cannot wait for harm to take place. I cannot wait for destruction to take place, because that's going to be the end of us. We live on coastal marine areas where the very ecosystems, the forests, the trees are what protect us. So if we sit and just watch these destructions take place, where are we going to be? So CSOs have to start to advocate, strong, bold advocate. Even if you're called names, you see what's happening in Latin America and the Caribbean, the amount of environmental defenders being killed because they aim to protect our forests from being cut, our wetlands from being destroyed. And this is the way forward. We cannot sit down anymore and allow these things to happen. The very governments that, we put up high on the books, they're the ones destroying us. It's now we the local people doing it. So people, please start opening your eyes. CSOs, start, be bold. Stand up to the governments and tell them they're doing wrong, and no more harm to the countries.
Thank you for your comments. Question right here.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Sergio. Very interesting findings. I think we're draining the planet out of water. I wonder what's going to happen. So I'm just wondering, actually curious, in terms of the policy recommendations from the AR6, what would be the right level of, or the most impactful way that we can solve the problem? Because I'm trying to figure out whether is this some problem that can be solved at the national level, or is it even bigger when you look at, for instance, the hydrological drought, which, as a country alone, it doesn't matter what you do. If it's coming, it's coming. And the picture you showed is really alarming. I know that the US, for instance, they had a significant drought plan for the hurricanes and so on. The countries in the Caribbean, they also have joint programs on how to deal with that. I'm wondering in drought, for instance, you showed Southern Africa, of course, much of the Americas, the Europes. There's actually widespread issue across the whole globe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Not really, it's a global problem, because the projection of drought are related to the current global anthropogenic emissions. So the measures should be global, because if we plan, for example, at the regional or the national level to reduce emissions, and other countries continuing increasing the increase of these emissions, well, the atmosphere has no boundaries. The atmosphere is a fluid that moves and that interacts with land, ocean, etc. So the problem of mitigation is global. The other issues, the possible adaptation issues that, well, there are many actions that can be focused on this, on land issues, on water saving, on several approaches. And to be useful, these kinds of adaptation measures must be adapted to the particular national or even more regional conditions. So the focus in terms, because probably the 1.5 degrees scenario is already. So, and according to the models, well, this scenario will produce stronger, more frequent drought events. So we should work actively to develop these kinds of adaptations from local to national scales mostly, and considering this particularity, because probably the adaptations that you consider here are not valid maybe for Spain, and vice versa. So it is necessary to know the particularities, the potentialities for each area.
Just one quick comment to add to that. I will say in response on the planning side too that some of these regions, including the Caribbean, is one of the more progressive regions as far as trying to now tackle drought planning. Many of those country nations we are working with partners on the ground for about 15 of the nations. And also in the Southern Africa and the SADC region, a lot of efforts with a lot of people in the room here. This isn't really the topic of this session, but I follow up with us offline. In the interest of time, I want to get it back to Lakwesa to wrap up. But rest assured, we are trying to leverage and coordinate efforts between UNCCD, IDMP, WMO, My Center, others, FAO. We're on the same page now, at least as messaging is concerned, and coordinating efforts to try to tackle this, not alone, but together. So, all right, I'll turn it back over to you, Lakwesa.
Mark, you're going to stay there because you're in our next session, aren't you?
I am.
So yeah, you can stay there. Just before we move on to our next session, there are two things that I'd like to pick up here. One question to you, Sergio. There is a lot of data in there. If you wanted to highlight this for the world to take notice, I'm going to give you, 30 seconds a minute to come up with a headline. Yeah, because that's often the problem that we have. How do you boil down what that data said into a headline for somebody to pick up that press release and say, yeah, let's do this story? Okay, so you've got about a minute to do that. In the meantime, Evelyn, I'm going to come to you. How far have gender rights, in particular women's rights, come since 1995 and Hillary Clinton in Beijing, when she stood there and she said women's rights are also human rights? How far have we come? This is a very brief answer, if you could, to both of you. Evelyn?
Thank you very much, Lakwesa. So we've come from afar is the statement I can use to answer that question. And I think for a number of reasons. One is the inclusion or provision for gender equality clauses very explicitly in most, not all, but most of our policy, constitutions, and other legislative frameworks. I think it provides a very good benchmark for which then advocacy for influencing and so forth we can be able to make very strong reference to.
Okay, thank you very much. Sergio, what's the headline?
Probably I don't need 1 minute because it is a very simple response. Well, our planet is warmer, and this global warming is causing more extreme climate events. So this is something that we need to take into account in order to improve mitigation and adaptation measures.
Okay, so my headline there is we're running out of time. We talk about word count, but thank you for summarizing that. That is the first paragraph, I suppose, into the article. Evelyn and Sergio, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, very quickly, before we move on to our next session, just to give ourselves a little bit of a gear change. Bob, please come up, because you are going to be next. We're going to have one more go at the video, Hassan. On peut jouer le video, s'il te plaît? Let's give it one more try.
Hello everyone, namaste. I'm Ricky, and I want to tell you a little story about my tryst with science and scientists. So the only kind of music that I make is about the environment and sustainability. So obviously the narratives that I put out have to be really important. There cannot be any misinformation. They have to be absolutely accurate. So while I was doing many of my concerts, I had a fan, a gentleman called Professor Baldev Raj, a really respected scientist in India. He was the head of the Baba Atomic Research Center, and and he was heading the National Institute of Advanced Studies at the Indian Institute of Science in India. So after watching a couple of my concerts, he found his way backstage one day, and he told me that, why don't you speak at my university, and let's see how that goes. So he assembled a whole group of scientists and thought leaders, and I addressed them. And it was a beautiful address. I spoke about my experiences of going to islands that were going underwater due to climate change, my work with elephant conservation, how I was communicating it to the general audiences, how I was communicating sustainability and the sustainable development goals to children. And it fascinated everyone. Then Dr. Baldev Raj, or Professor Baldev Raj as they used to call him, he's now no more. He came up to me and he said that, why don't I make you a professor at my university, and you can teach about science communication. And that's exactly what I did. So what I'm trying to say is that it's important for scientists and artists to collaborate, because scientists are really good at figuring out what the problems are and figuring out the solutions. But maybe leave the communication to us artists, because as artists, we can simplify these complex ideas and thoughts into the simple language of arts, in my case, music, and we can transmit all these ideas emotionally to people so that we touch their hearts and souls and therefore bring about change. And even when it comes to politicians, it's really important to touch their hearts and souls rather than their minds, because that is when they will bring about change on a mass level.
So that was Ricky. He is so passionate about this, and he says all he said to me was, "I want them to use me." So there he is. I present Ricky to you. I've got Ricky on for you. Okay, let us move on to our next session, and we are looking at measuring progress towards drought resilience. And for that, I'd like to welcome Bob Stefanski to the stage, please, who will be moderating the session. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to start. My name is Bob Stefanski from the World Meteorological Organization. Actually, can we go back to the other screen just for a second? You know, we have Stephanie from Northern Ireland, who's a graphic artist, and if we can maybe just zoom in a little bit. And she's trying to represent graphically what we're talking about. So I think each session will take a look at this, and you can see already, you know, we talked about implications for drought risk and gender and drought. So she's working her way across the landscape as we are. So if we can go to the poll. So again, this is the interactive poll. And the title of this session is Measuring Progress Towards Drought Resilience. So this is just your opinion. So again, you can scan the QR code on the screen, and then just enter your response. I think this is a free text response. So just in your opinion, what do you think drought resilience is? So we'll take a few minutes, and I'll take a look and see what the answers come in. And as we're waiting for that, I just want to point out, you know, the last poll, or 2 polls away, we had an issue on what is drought impacts, and we had water scarcity. And a lot of the partners here have published a publication on drought and water scarcity. UNCCD, FAO, WMO, Global Water Partnership, talks about the differences and where they're similar. So please, there's a banner in the back if you can scan that, and you can get a publication, a PDF on that. So what do people think drought resilience is? Capability to manage droughts, bounce back, capacity to withstand and bounce back from water scarcity, reduced vulnerability. Again, bounce back seems to be the word here. Ability to survive and thrive during droughts, early warning systems, something that a lot of us know about. Ability to withstand. Actually, these are pretty good answers. I think Mark would be impressed. The ability to maintain and continue to build livelihoods and maintain and protect ecosystems during and after drought. The ability to come up with strategies to reduce the negative effects of drought faster. Ability to respond. And to be prepared to respond to drought. We will keep these going as the session goes on, as we did in the previous sessions. Not reactive, that's a good one. Access to amenities or help during a drought event. and minimal impact on ecosystem functionality. So we're going to, just in a matter of time, continue. And this will, again, I think, scroll on in the center screen along with the graphic artist. So I will introduce the next guest. He's already been introduced. Dr. Mark Svoboda from the U.S. National Drought Mitigation Center from the great state of Nebraska in the United States. One of many great states.
Go
by the
Big
way.
Red.
Many great states. And again, deals a lot, of course, within the U.S. And also internationally. He has traveled maybe more times than I have. So without further ado, Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bob. Great to be here this week. I've really learned a lot. It's great to hear all these perspectives as a climatologist hearing on, but I'm a geographer by training originally before I was a climatologist, so it resonates well with me. I'm here today on behalf of the SPI's Objective 2 team, which is dedicated on more of the drought issues. Was privileged to be on the inaugural biennium team of drought, which was the first time drought was part of the SPI 5 years ago now. So second term here, and it's been enjoyable tackling some of these topics. And these two happen to be particularly challenging. We've heard a lot about measuring, and what I like to say is you can't monitor what you can't measure. And so we're going to see here impacts, vulnerability, really ecosystems, ecological drought, flash drought, all these things really coming to the forefront due to climate change are changing the characteristics of drought and how we deal with them. So the SPI has an important charge in front of them. Health, I would throw health in there as well, of course. So without further ado, I want to acknowledge other members of the SPI Objective 2 team that aren't up here that helped put together this report. Next slide. Or I guess I'm doing it. All right, so the objective was to provide science-based evidence in regards to assessing and monitoring resilience of vulnerable populations and ecosystems. Okay? This is the basic outline of the report, was really to look at evidence-based and rationale centered around resilience and impacts, as I mentioned. Remember, we can't measure what we don't monitor. Measuring drought resilience, another one of those. What are the options and limitations? And then providing a pathway, not a prescribed pathway, but at least a blueprint to follow that can be tailored to local context when it comes to how would you do a drought resilient assessment. We're now starting to see more of these come around. I spoke earlier on the stage about more concerted, coordinated efforts between NGOs, the UN, and other parties, including at the country level, to do drought risk assessments, resilience assessments. So I think the news is positive in general, double, 3 times more than I saw even 5 years ago. And then come up with some policy recommendations, which were just discussed and vetted out by the CST and the COP last night, in fact. So taking off from the IPCC risk diagram, we have inserted resilience in the middle of this Venn diagram to show the interaction between drought, vulnerability, the hazard of drought, and exposure. In order to, how do we define that drought resilience? Is the capacity of a coupled socio-ecological system to anticipate, absorb, accommodate, adapt, or recover from the effects of drought. So that's our premise here. And we want to move from a reactive state to a proactive state. This is the middle name of what mitigation means in drought. Mitigation with, say, IPCC, you're talking about greenhouse gas reduction and other measures. And when we're talking about drought mitigation, we're talking about how do we lessen societal impact. And we want to be proactive in how we do that. Okay, I mentioned the evidence-based rationale. So drought is tricky, right? Because it's much more than just the direct impacts. It's the indirect impacts that trickle down across sectors, affecting many parts of the economy. And local context matters for those countries and how they're affected by drought. We already know that it's highly complex, both in space and time. Compared to other hazards, drought, I think, is the most analogous to climate change. Why? All the other hazards are typically quick hitting, fast, small footprint, gone. Impacts can linger. Structural damage, yes. Drought, you might not see the same amount of structural damage that you might see with a typhoon or a tornado or flooding. However, droughts can cover millions of square hectares. They can last months or years or a decade or more, like the western U.S. right now, 20-year drought. It's depleted the huge reservoirs down to where the water intake pipes are above the water. So this is the biggest feed to our western United States population centers. And then climate change, what Sergio talked about, I think it's obvious what increased temperatures, speeding up water through the water cycle. Talked about flash droughts, talked about ecological droughts. These impacts resonate and cut across all of these sectors, as I mentioned earlier. So the idea being that trying to be more resilient to drought, yeah, we cannot stop the droughts from happening, but what can we do to become more resilient in order to modulate or mitigate those impacts across our natural landscapes and ecosystems and the interface with society? So the team put together a little figure here that shows as we come to a drought, this is the drought above the curve and wet periods above the curve. We have two systems. We show an example of a low resilient system, the gold line, and a more highly resilient system, the blue line. So, you know, that first drought, it's a pretty severe drought, pretty long-lived. The key is on the resilient side, what happens between those droughts? Are you ready for the next one? And another way to think of that, we like to say that if you've suffered through a drought and you've finally started to recover, you've climbed up back on top of the fence, and all of a sudden this other drought comes along, are you going to get knocked back off the fence, or are you going to stay on the fence and be able to continue to fight the impacts of that drought? So in that second drought, we see the low resilient system is going to see, you know, a lot more impacts, both to the landscape and to the impacts to society, whereas the resilience of a highly resilient system is going to rebound a little quicker. It doesn't mean there's not going to be any impacts, but they're going to be more resilient. That buffer is going to be there to mitigate or modulate between those. So the challenge, just like with drought, think about it with drought, we often hear about the different types of drought. Meteorological, agricultural, hydrological, and now say ecological, and socioeconomic. So if there's not one definition for drought, how can we expect there to be one metric or universal definition when it starts coming to resilience? And looking at this, as I mentioned up front, really depends on the scale. Is this a city? Is this a country? Is it a transnational water boundary issue? What is that system? So it's very highly context specific. All right? So one of the approaches we took is the community capitals approach. So I'm going to show what those sectors are here in just a minute. That we were doing to sort of try to break it into both the ecological and the social side of this. Now from the literature out there, the total number of publications that were reviewed, you can see here that I've circled in red, for both social and ecological combined came to about 367. And it was not just in the academic literature, but also some of the what we call gray literature reports, you know, trying to find what we could. So overall, that's not a lot. That's not a huge number. If you were just to do drought or climate change adaptation or resilience, you'd find thousands, right? So a little bit of work to do there. And when you broke it down of those that specifically mentioned drought in the sociological or ecological context, that number went down to 49. So that's not a huge body of work, right? We're doing a little bit of trailblazing here in the community, in the drought community. And that platform is being lifted by efforts that we're seeing discussed here this week. So I think that's a positive we can take away from that. But the work is not done, and the local context matters. So work to do. So I mentioned the capitals. So I mentioned we have one is our natural capital, right? Think about our resources. Economic capital. When drought happens, what is drought going to affect, right? I mean, it cuts across agriculture, energy, food, of course, production, even tourism in some countries. These are huge industries that if you don't, lots of fires or no water, people are not gonna come and spend their money there. Social capital, looking at land and resource tenure. Human capital, again, speaking about vulnerabilities to populations, the gender issue we've heard discussed a lot already today. And then physical capital. So there's a lot of water-based information out there in that particular area. So the technical report that we put together provides a detailed summary of these indicators that are out there. Again, acknowledging that there's not just one size fits all, and there's not one metric that's universal and applied to everybody all the time. So one of the things we put down here is one way to help countries go through or entities go through a drought resilience assessment was a roadmap. Try to keep it somewhat manageable, not too intimidating, 6 steps. Understanding, again, if the local context matters, that this is just not a prescribed process. It is not. It's just a roadmap that you might take off in another direction in your particular country, and that's okay. So this is common even in the drought planning realm. We have what's commonly known as the 10-step process. Now it's 3 pillars. A lot we talk about 3 pillars, being monitoring, early warning, risk and vulnerability assessment, and then policy mitigation and planning. In this case, we're talking about 6 steps and trying to be responsive, again, to that local, national, subnational context. 5 levels of resilience in this regard, using sort of a commonly used stoplight approach, with red being very low resilience and the darker green being very high resilience, and how they would be able to respond and cope to drought, buffer those impacts that we spoke about earlier. And then just one country, hypothetical country at that. So this isn't based on any country necessarily, but just to show for each of the capitals, looking at both the ecological and the socio sort of indicators of vulnerable populations, an assessment following that 6-step process would hopefully guide you to sort of determine, okay, what areas are most highly vulnerable in our country at the regional level or the subnational level that we would want to prioritize when it comes to sort of investing in mitigation in those areas. So that's the whole concept here of breaking it down into those community capitals. So final slide is simply, here's kind of what the group came up with for some information that was negotiated and talked about and debated by the CST and the contact group, and then adopted by the COP, is around these core areas. We talk a lot about, like I said at the very top, you can't measure what you don't monitor. We still need, our drought early warning systems aren't perfect. We need to integrate more of the non-physical climate indicators into our early warning systems. How do we blend vulnerability with physical, using combined learning, using machine learning, combined drought indicators, I should say, with machine learning, validated at the local level by the locals. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do that in the SADC region. We're trying to do that in the Caribbean and other parts of the world, including South America. Impacts, monitoring drought impacts. This has to be as important to you as it is monitoring precipitation, stream flow, temperature. Again, those basic water cycle indicators. We need to also treat impacts that way, because impacts are the ground truth. Impacts are how it affects people and our ecosystems. So, got to collect impacts. Same with ecosystems I just mentioned. Climate change, already really quite obvious. I won't belabor the point. I mentioned the pathway to drought resilience, so more of these assessments are needed. This brings in the social science piece and not just the physical science piece, very critical. And then providing decision makers with triggers that are based on science and operational systems. Scientists love to geek out and look at 12, 24 indicators. But when you go to a policymaker, you go to the media, you go to decision makers, they don't want to look at 15 maps. They want to look at one map, right? Maybe two, and that would guide their decision. So what can we do to make our information not just usable, but useful? And that's where you have to work with them and gauge that. And with that, this was, again, the document that went in front of the CST and the COP, and came up with some recommendations there that were adopted last night. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mark. That was very informative as usual. I do want to just make a connection here. So as Mark mentioned, this was the Science and Policy Interface, and a number of us in the room, scientists and policymakers, got together and worked for 2 years. And I just want to acknowledge Nicole and Bangani, who are our fabulous chairs, who helped progress us the last 2 years. So thank you to both of you. Give them a round of applause. So again, our artist Stephanie is going away trying to understand what Mark said, so we'll see what she comes up with, but either can I. So let's go to the next talk, and I'd like to introduce a very distinguished colleague, Dr. Silvano Pecora, who is a civil engineer specializing in hydraulics. He is the head of the Division on Basin Governance and National Coordination of River Basin Authorities at the Italian Ministry of Ecological Tradition in Rome. So we need to come visit you sometime. And of course, colleagues in WMO know him because he's also the vice president of the WMO Commission for Infrastructure, specializing in hydrology. So Silvano, please, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Mr. Chair, for your kind introduction, and on behalf of the Italian Ministry of the Ecological Transition, I would like to thank all the organizers for this great opportunity to stay here with all of you. I'm really, really glad to stay here to discuss about this important topic about drought management. And I would like to contribute to this discussion with the case of water resource management in Italy in the framework of European of the European directive. I think that you all know Italy. If not, I will provide a very few introduction of Italy from the perspective of an hydrologist, of course, where you here you can find the different type of orographic situations with high mountains from the north end to the coast in the south, and with a very long coastline of about 8,300 kilometers. And with different types of climate, from the alpine precipitation regime in the north, and with subarid precipitation regime in the south. And according to this precipitation regime, of course, we have a different type of discharge regime with intermittent flashy rivers or perennial rivers in the north. So this is the main river network affecting our country, but of course they do not follow administrative boundaries, and this is a typical situation in many states in the world that are interested in shared water resources. That's why in Italy, according to a specific Italian normative, we defined 7 Italian districts, which are national river authorities. They were established in 2016, and where we defined the permanent observatories for the water resource management. This is a specific measures from the Water Framework Directive, which was declined in the measure programs of the plan defined and approved by all the national river authorities. In particular, these permanent observatories support the integrated and sustainable water resource management in their specific territory. And thanks to monitoring, thanks to drought forecastings, and very important, including all the local and national stakeholders. So an important component for sure is the monitoring system. We need the data observations to understand what we are observing, but at the same time also modeling just to understand what we are forecasting or the different type of scenarios which we want to discuss with the stakeholders into the permanent observatories. And this is an effective water resource management that we try to support in all the water resource national authorities. But with this type of approach, you can recognize an important applications of data evolution. This morning we discussed about data, which is very important, but I think that we really need to make 3 or 4, 5 steps ahead, take into account what data science suggests. So we need to describe what we are observing, and this type of information needs to become knowledge, and only at the end we will be able to support the water resource management into our territory, and we will achieve wisdom. The permanent observatories in Italy define their actions with an increasing level of response according to the severity that they are observing or forecasting. So in normal conditions, these observatories define and apply their yearly program just to understand better their territory or to improve the knowledge or to improve the observations. While during severities, which could be low or medium severity, it depends if we are forecasting the severity or we are observing the severity in terms of water shortage for the water needs. The observatory becomes a control room. That means that it supports a number of actions to use the available water and to discuss with all the stakeholders how we can use the available water for drinking water for sure, but at the same time agriculture or energy production. If these situations remain critical in time, then we can reach a high severity, and we can also have the opportunity and to declare a national emergency. In this situation, the permanent observatory support the national civil protection and all the authorities which are involved for coping the emergencies. How we support the response during the different critical situations? Well, thanks to a number of indicators and indices, I just want to mention an important book. Bob, you are the father of this important initiative. Yeah, but many countries participated for the development of this handbook. But I wanted to show how we decline this handbook in our local, national guidelines, and in particular, from an operational point of view, how we are applying these indicators and indices for evaluating temperature, or no rainfall days, or precipitation, or discharge, or aquifer levels, and so forth. This is the case of the Po basin, which is the largest basin in Italy. But what we do with this plethora of information, indices, and indicators? Well, we arrange them according to the different type of droughts. So a specific view of what we are observing from the perspective of meteorology, agriculture, hydrology, and socio-economical aspects as well. And this type of views, together with the expertise of all the stakeholders belonging to the permanent observatories, define the critical situation, so the severity, which we are observing or we are forecasting in such a way that we can prepare all the actions that need to be put in place in a specific situation. too many data, too many people, too many interests. It's the typical situation of the competitive use of water. And we are supporting the discussion with an interoperable mechanism, take into account observations. This is the monitoring interoperable system supported by ISPRA. ISPRA is an agency in support of the environmental ministry in such a way that we can collect all the data from the regions in real time, also historical data, because if we have no historical data, we cannot define the different thresholds for alerting or for defining the actions that we put in place. But the same is from a modeling perspective. So we have a different system at the national level, but also we integrate different models at the local scales. Just an example, the case of salt intrusion, which limits the available fresh water during some hours of the day. And this is a great service for farmers that withdraw water in the delta or estuaries. We really believe in these components of monitoring and modeling, and we greatly support this type of components for observatories. This is not true only for Italy, but I would say for Europe. In Europe, there is a very important plan for recovery and resilience, which is part of the next generation of Europe. And all the countries belonging to Europe defined a national plan. We also defined this plan where we have a specific measure in support of modeling and monitoring, just to improve the capacity of our observations and forecasting as well. And we put 500 million to combine satellite data, in situ data, and integrated platform in support of the services, not only for water resources, but also for ocean, for the marine, for pollution, for wildfires, and so forth. But just to say how Europe is moving, and Italy is applying as well with the available resources to improve the knowledge of our territory. And another component of the framework in which we manage water resources in Italy is the National Technical Coordinating Committee, which we defined at the Ministry of Ecological Transition in such a way that all the observatories can harmonize their data, can apply in harmonized well the methodologies as well. And from south to north, from east to west, we have colors arranged in a harmonized way and with the same type of meaning in terms of alerting, in terms of actions that we are applying in our country. And I arrived to the last slide, which I think is the most important aspect of our observatories. I described in a few minutes a number of data models of needs that we try to combine together and to discuss in the context of these observatories. But the most important aspect is to promote and support the collaborations. So linking people interested in a specific basin together, sharing their data, informations, models, and needs as well. So I think that this is a national example that should be applied in many parts of the world, because at the end, basins, as we share them in regions, you are also sharing them with different countries. So the cooperations and the collaborations to reduce the impacts of a water shortage is very important to be defined in an objective way, where the objective aspect is to identify and to have an agreement with the methodology that we are applying. So think of this picture as a network of people, of institutions at international or national or local level, where you are also part. So be water, my friends.
Thank you, Silvano. Thank you. Molto grazie. Thank you. Just want to connect some of the talks that we've heard so far. It's very interesting with Mark and Silvano's talk. You know, sort of there's not one indicator or indices, so looking at multiple things and trying to synthesize that. And also, I think what connecting the two sessions, the morning session on land restoration and this session on drought, we had an excellent talk from Salima in the morning, talking about, again, with no data, you fly blind. So again, there's a common theme here with the data issue. Could be too much, too little. Again, what she talked about was making sure it's all organized and connected, and that's the same things that we heard from Mark and Silvano. So you can see across all these different fields, social science, climatology, and hydrology, the same thing happens. So let us continue. So I'd like to introduce Nathalie van Haren, who is an agriculture engineer and has worked for the Dutch NGO Both Ends since 2003, promoting healthy, sustainable, and fair agricultural and food systems and the voluntary guidelines for responsible governance of the tender land, forest, and fisheries. She also serves on the board of DryNet. And again, for the colleagues in the hall, again, connecting why we're here these 2 weeks is that Natalie and Mark and I are also on the Intergovernmental Working Group on Drought. So you can see how we're all connected in helping the parties deal with these issues of drought and land restoration. So Natalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bob, for giving me the opportunity to talk about the community-based initiatives that have shown to improve drought resilience. Let me shortly introduce my organization. Both Ends is an environmental justice organization from the Netherlands, working with civil society organizations all around the world on sustainable land and water use, on inclusive governance, on trade, on international capital flows and trade and investment agreements. Both Ends has been following the UNCCD since its establishment, and we are a part of the, like you said, of the civil society network DryNet, which unites CSOs that want to bring the realities of communities living in drylands to the UNCCD. Okay, every year the IPCC's climate predictions become more alarming. It is certain that climate change will lead to more intense and more frequent droughts. According to the second version of the excellent Global Land Outlook, more than 2.3 billion people currently reside in water-stressed countries. Since the turn of the century, droughts directly have affected at least 1.5 billion people. By 2030, up to 700 million could be displaced by drought, and by 2050, over half and by 2050, over half of the world's population and half of global grain production will be exposed to severe water scarcity. These are alarming and very pessimistic figures. As members of civil society, it's our duty to remind politicians and policymakers that they need to take action in gaining better knowledge and understanding of the problems faced by local communities so that they can make better policies. Equally, it's also our duty to share our experiences of the many good practices that are out there. Local communities have developed, often with support of CSOs, initiatives that sustain and support their food security, agricultural livelihoods, soil health, and biodiversity. Based upon agroecological principles, these initiatives support numerous communities in drought preparedness, drought response, and drought resilience, especially in the context of agro-pastoral systems. Another key element of these community-based agroecological initiatives is that they are being shared among people through peer-to-peer learning, farmer field schools, exchange visits, and cooperation with scientists that result in dynamic co-creation of knowledge and innovation. We see that those communities are better able to cope with drought and have considerably improved their resilience of agro-pastoral systems. There are 3 examples of CSOs present here at COP. that I would like to share with you today. First, we visit Brazil. The farmers in the Sertão do Araripe region of Pernambuco state are smart. The small-scale farmers, family farmers know that securing a sustainable livelihood on the rich but vulnerable soils of the Sertão is only possible if they take good care of the environment. In 2012, over 135 farming families founded the Association of Agroecological Farmers of the Araripe. Over the years, the association grew, and currently over 500 farming families have joined the association. Its main goal is to help its members in the production, processing, and marketing of their products, and to advocate for policies that allow them to practice agroecology. In practice, this means food production that mimics nature, making the best out of every drop of water available, diligent use of organic fertilization, and biological pest control, and fighting for laws and policies that stimulate conservation rather than over-exploitation or exploitation. The CSO Katinga helps farmers to get acquainted with methods for agroecological production. Farmers are trained to use bait plants such as sesame to control cotton pests so that no harmful agrochemicals will enter the soil. They stimulate the practice of crop rotation and the use of animal traction in soil preparation in order to keep and restore soil health. As a result, families have increased their productivity and strengthened their financial autonomy and are more resilient to drought. If you want to know more about the work of Katinga with Brazilian farming communities, I can connect you with Aldrin Perez, who is here at COP. Now, let's take a look at a community-based initiative from Burkina Faso. In Burkina Faso, the CSO SPONG and its members are supporting community to use soil and water conservation techniques that allow people to better manage their land while improving agricultural yields. Women practice the technique of demi-lune for their crops. Demi-lune are crescent-shaped basin dug in hardened ground and enriched with organic manure. They are improving the texture of the soil as well as its fertility. And if they are dug before the first rains, half moons capture and slow down water runoff, which reduces erosion and maintains humidity in the soil. Demi-lune are one of the low-cost techniques that have shown to greatly increase the resilience of Sahelian households. This practice, together with zai, stone lines, and contour ridges, are promoted through the agroecological approach of farmer-managed natural regeneration, which combines regenerative techniques with farmer-to-farmer knowledge exchange and close cooperation between farmers, pastoralists, and local authorities. If you want to know more about the work of SPONG with dryland communities in Burkina Faso, I will be happy to connect you with Pierre Omer Ouedraogo. And finally, let's go to Iran. Farmers in Iran cultivate their crop under harsh climatic circumstances. To help them improve their yield and minimize risk of crop failure, Senesta, a CSO from Iran, facilitated the development of a method called evolutionary plant breeding. Evolutionary plant breeding is based on the natural selection of plants. Farmers are given a seed population made of a mixture of many different varieties, which they sow on their fields. Natural crossing between the seed varieties happen dependent on the specific environment. After harvest, the seeds can be shown again to grow. This results in a very diverse seeds population that builds the resilience of farmers. Evolutionary plant breeding helps farmers, especially in drought-prone areas, to build resilient livelihoods. The method is less costly through a reduction than buying seed varieties and less damaging for the environment through the reduction of agrochemicals. Evolutionary plant breeding, moreover, is a participatory method. Farmers can distribute the seeds themselves and become less dependent on seed companies. However, although the practice of evolutionary plant breeding is very supportive to farmers, soil health and biodiversity, it is endangered by increasingly strict plant variety production laws, often pushed by commercial seed industries. If you want to know more about the work of Senesta with farmers, I can introduce you to Nahid. Based upon these examples and the many more examples of agroecological initiatives that are being supported by CSOs, I would like to make the following suggestions for action for all. In this context, I have 6 concrete actions. for people attending COP. 1. Recognize and more strongly support agroecological approaches and regenerative practices in your daily work to help communities increase their resilience and diversify their crops, trees, and animals as a pivotal drought preparedness measure. Make sure that the science, that's the second one. Make sure that the science policy interface of the UNCCD specifies Objective 1 of the SPI working program 2023 to 2023 on sustainable land use systems with agroecological approaches and regenerative practices as a specific point of attention. My third action is include in the SPI working plan for Objective 2 on historical, regional and global aridity trends and future projections that the SPI will unpack the term vulnerable people, vulnerable communities. Who are these people that are most vulnerable? What is happening to them in case of drought, and what can be done to support their resilience and their land use activities? And fourth, ensure better coordination mechanism for information exchange, policies and budget allocation regarding drought preparedness and response among ministries and government agents, and also between the different governance levels from national via local authorities to local communities and vice versa. 5. Raise awareness about the technical guide on tenure rights and LDN among governments, departments, local authorities and local communities, especially the recognition of women's legitimate land rights will help accelerate restoration efforts by opening doors to markets and finance, training and extension services, and gender-appropriate technologies. And last, but certainly not least, encourage and develop finance mechanisms that foster cooperation between farmers, pastoralists, and scientists so that evidence-based policies are not only based upon academic thinking and laboratory results, but also are fed by the wealth of knowledge and practices prevalent among those working on the land. In order to make steps forward on drought resilience, we need to see vulnerable people and their practices to deal with drought. We need to support them in their resilience, and we need to help them to work with nature and support soil health, tree growth, biodiversity for the provision of their livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. And then we'll go to the last session, and then we'll go to Luvesa to bring it all together and tell us what we just heard in common language. Thank you. It is a longer day, but it will get longer. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Jeff Herrick, who's a soil scientist from the United States Department of Agriculture Research Service, is based at the Jordana Experimental Range in the southwestern United States on the Mexican border. He has affiliate positions at the New Mexico State University and the University of Colorado in Boulder. Without further ado, sir, it's over to you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thanks very much. I'm actually going to start not as a scientist, but as the US STC, so science representative to the UNCCD, and respond to the comments that were just made and suggestions, and just to encourage NGOs to reach out to the United States prior to the negotiations in the future. We just concluded the CST negotiations last night, and I think some of the issues were addressed and some of them perhaps were not in the negotiations, but certainly in the future, reaching out to us in advance. We do try to schedule a CSO listening session, and we very much, the United States, speaking for the United States, we very much welcome input from NGOs. So thank you very much, and thanks for making the time for that. Some of your suggestions I think are probably still relevant through the rest of the negotiations. With that, I'm going to change to being a scientist. And I'm not sure if that makes me a scientist, but anyway, it's an attempt. So what I'd really rather be out is with my colleague, Dr. Amy Quant, who was actually engaging in a much more constructive way, I think, with the next generation of restoration practitioners in Tanzania. So the title of my talk references the term land potential, and I just wanted to briefly define that, we think of it as the inherent long-term potential of the land to sustainably generate ecosystem services. And relative to this particular topic here, land potential is really based on the inherent characteristics of the soil. So it's not the current status, which is defined by the soil biological activity and organic matter content and so forth. It's that long term. It's, do we have a sandy soil? Do we have a clay soil? Do we have a steeply sloping soil? Do we have a soil that is sitting on a concave surface where it's collecting water, or a convex surface? And these are things that have a huge impact on drought resilience because they determine how much water the land can capture and store in different parts of the landscape. So having an understanding of land potential can really help, and land potential can vary quite a lot at very fine scales, as we'll see in a couple of slides. So very briefly, this is the infiltration capacity, and these are averages across these, and you can vary them somewhat with soil organic matter, but it's varying in a clay from a few millimeters per hour up to over 80 millimeters per hour in a loamy sand. Not even a sand, but a loamy sand, okay? And this is huge, and we talk a lot about the ability of organic matter to increase infiltration capacity, to increase water holding capacity. And you can see these are percentage increases, or absolute infiltration rate increases, I'm sorry, with soil organic matter content. And you can see that, yeah, we can get quite a bit. We can get, if we increase 5x to 2.5% organic matter, we can get up to, say, you know, an 8% increase. So we go from 80 to 80, or 8 millimeter per hour increase. So if we go from 80 to 85, 88 millimeters per hour. And if it's a 10x increase, it increases even more. And you'll see over here in clay, the increase is much smaller, but the relative increase is much larger. So available water holding capacity and infiltration capacity in this case can be increased by increasing organic matter, but the reality is we're starting with huge differences in texture, and we need to understand what those are to begin with if we really want to manage land sustainably and identify those areas that are going to be most and least resistant and resilient to drought, with obviously a loam or a sandy loam which has a relatively high infiltration capacity so it can capture the water, and a high water holding capacity so it can hold the water, okay? And so these differences are often ignored in land use planning, they're often ignored in drought resilience, but they make a huge difference, and the farmers know them. They recognize this variability. So our response as scientists is, oh, we'll just make a better map. The best maps, in some cases, are sufficient. In many cases, they are not, particularly if your field is only a quarter of a hectare. Now, with the digital soil maps, and I will point to my colleague here, Andre Kooijman with ISRIC. ISRIC is making better and better and better digital soil maps every year. But they're still not accurate and precise enough to make these drought resilience management decisions at a half-hectare scale. Even if we map to that scale, we still don't have the accuracy in many areas to that scale and the precision. And this is simply an illustration here. And I'm going to go to the location here in northern Namibia, northeastern Namibia, which basically is predicted by all the soil maps to have a sand or sandy loam texture throughout the region. And actually what we find is that on a sand or loamy sand texture, it's impossible to grow a grain crop, a maize crop, during a moderate and average year. But if you've got a loamy soil, which it turns out exists in this area, but they were never mapped because they're very small, you can actually get a successful crop. And these are notes from my field notebook. It says land that will be cropped the first year, no manure is needed. Even dry years, it makes it. That's huge. So what we've tried to do with Land PKS, which is the Land Potential Knowledge System, is provide on a mobile app the ability for anyone, anywhere, to not only access the soil information that we as scientists have already generated and made available through soil grids, but also to learn about their soils directly by taking them through a process, simple videos, etc., of texturing the soil. And we found that once we get it in people's hands and they become exposed to it, it works remarkably well for the generation whose average age is significantly below that sitting in this room. When we hand it to people of my generation, whether or not, whatever the education level is, they kind of look at it and they say, well, too many pictures, et cetera, et cetera. But we've actually found that it works quite well if we can actually get it in people's hands and have them start using it. And Andre Koeman with the ISRIC is actually currently developing the next generation of LAMP-PKS tools, which we expect to be even more usable. And I would also point out we have several representatives of WOCAT here. WOCAT information is also available through LAMP-PKS. I'm going to go very quickly now to wrap up, but basically this is just an example. 3 different fields in Tanzania, very closely located to each other. These are the reports you can get out of LAMP-PKS by going to those locations, entering a little bit of data, and then actually calculating automatically water holding capacity. So LAMP-PKS, even if you're offline, you need to be online to access the soil map data, but to be offline, it will automatically calculate water holding capacity. With that, I will close. Apologies for talking so fast. But anyway, thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers. Great session.
Thank you, Jeff. I just want to quickly see what Stephanie is doing from Northern Ireland. So she has the measuring progress towards drought resilience, and she has Jeff's texture map, farmer managed pastoral regeneration, integrated drought water scarcity, resilience, and I think she's covered everybody, including Natalie's Burkina Faso example. Can we quickly go to the poll that was running? Baron mentioned there were some very good answers coming later. If we can scroll down just. So let's just wait for that. Oh, are these new or is it being reset, Nicole? Okay. So we'll wait for the one and then very quickly go back to or end up with Lukwesa, who's going to again interpret what we just said to the common audience. Early warning systems. What I noticed and what Bear and I were talking about between the talks was that a lot of comments here on bouncing back, and there's a very good comment on we should be like a bamboo, where we're very flexible. That's the one that we remembered that we saw. So that's just some of the answers you had from the poll. Be prepared to respond to drought. But anyways, that's the one thing that I think stuck with us, or the 2 phrases, bouncing back and flexible like bamboo, bend and rise again. So there we go. So that's, I think, what a lot of people's interpretation, which I think are quite good, to drought resilience. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and give it to Lukwesa.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I wonder if we can have our speakers back on the stage, please, just for a quick Q&A. Really quick, really quick. Don't look so scared. It's all right. It's just really quick. And we've already got a question coming in from the audience. And another one. Oh, it's like an auction. Very exciting.
Merci beaucoup.
Right, are we all up there? All good?
Merci.
Lovely.
Merci.
Okay.
Ok, merci. Je vais parler en français.
Tu parles en français? Ok.
Oui. Oui. Je me présente.
1 minute, s'il vous plaît.
Ok.
Je cherche mon... Is it on? Pardon. Is it flat? Ok, on y va?
Ok.
Merci.
Donc tout d'abord, je remercie les panélistes pour leur présentation que je trouve très pertinente. Donc, je me présente, Zandouch Wahid, ex-directeur de l'Institut national de la recherche forestière, chercheur dans les écosystèmes, donc tout ce qui est fonctionnement des écosystèmes, enseignant à l'université en phytoécologie, télédétection et SIG, autorité scientifique FLOR au niveau de la CITES, et CST UNCCD. C'est bon? Ok.
Très bien.
Très bien. Donc j'ai juste des précisions concernant la première communication, concernant les indicateurs. Donc vous avez parlé d'indicateurs, vous avez parlé de nombre d'espèces, donc de la biodiversité. À mon avis, pour être plus juste, il faut remplacer le nombre de biodiversité, parce que la biodiversité, elle renseigne sur la diversité des écosystèmes dans un pays. Mais si on rajoute le nombre d'espèces thermophiles par rapport à la biodiversité globale, ça nous renseigne plus sur la sécheresse. En Algérie, donc dans une région, on est en train de suivre la floristique, tout ce qui est flore, depuis 5 ou 6 ans. On a remarqué dans une zone qu'il y a plus d'espèces thermophiles ces dernières années. Il y a un autre indicateur qui peut être pris en charge, c'est tout ce qui est phénologie. On a remarqué qu'il y a parfois un décalage de la phénologie, des phénologies précoces, donc ça peut être des alertes. Par exemple, le chêne liège, le Quercus suber, ces 3 dernières années, il a eu 2 floraisons. Donc, pour la première communication, il y a plus la partie physique que la partie biologique. Et la partie biologique, elle reflète plus le côté physique, le sol, le reflet de la végétation, c'est le reflet du sol. C'est le reflet de la dégradation et de la sécheresse. Et je vous remercie. Merci.
Merci. So this is going back to our first presentation. So that is coming from Mark. Mark, this is going to come to you. I don't know if you picked up everything, but just to summarize very quickly, I'm sure most of the audience understand, but it was looking at, the concern was over the indicators used, the biodiversity as an indicator for drought, and the importance of looking at biological features as well. Mark.
Yeah, so appreciate the comments, thank you. I think this next effort that is combining data at all scales, satellite, airplane, drone, field, phenotyping you mentioned. Some of these are very hyperspectral big data issues, but trying to tie them together, there's still a lot of work to do, I think, on tying the different scales together, these indicators with biodiversity and resilience and drought. Solar fluorescence, some of these newer technologies that we are just starting to better understand. So I agree with your comment. There's a need to integrate that, and duly noted, and we'll continue to try to find ways to bring those indicators into the picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? There was, okay, so we've got 2 more questions. No, we've got 3 questions. Right, 3 questions. Let's just go to the front. Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Moi-même, je suis Reina Sotillo, docteur PhD Reina Sotillo et professeur à l'université. Ici, je suis la chef de la délégation d'Argentine au ministère des Affaires étrangères. Cette présentation a été magnifique. Mes congratulations, ma reconnaissance. En ce qui concerne la présentation du Dr Mark Svoboda, j'ai lu que les indicateurs fournissent que les vulnérables jeunes ont des habilités pour la résilience. Et là, il faut parler de ce qui concerne à mon pays, l'Argentine, dans le cadre de l'Amérique latine et du Caraïbe. Là, la population indigène, les peuples indigènes sont encore une partie intégrale des pratiques de l'agriculture. Et ils sont appliqués à la sécheresse, à la réduction du risque de ces stratégies et à la contribution de la résilience contre les désastres. Après, monsieur a parlé sur la data, l'information, la connaissance et la sagesse. Et là, cette échelle, nous l'avons dans les peuples indigènes. Donc, pour être très bref, je voudrais signaler que l'Argentine a un programme, une diplomature pour les peuples indigènes qui est organisé par l'Université de 13 de Febrero et le ministère de l'Environnement sur ces sujets. Et aussi, il comprend des écosystèmes, des ressources génétiques. Aussi, dans l'Amérique latine et les Caraïbes, il existe le programme du GEF. GEF, Fonds mondial pour l'environnement, des small donors. Sur ceci, sur aussi la sécheresse et l'eau. Je veux ajouter une suggérance. Étant donné que la connaissance indigène, des indigènes, des peuples indigènes, n'est pas intacte, n'est pas bien conservée. Et les jeunes générations ne peuvent pas transmettre la même chose, mais nous avons en Amérique latine et aux Caraïbes des peuples qui conservent d'une manière intacte la connaissance des indigènes, surtout dans la fleuve du Pilcomayo, par exemple, et dans d'autres parts de l'Amérique latine et aux Caraïbes. Ma suggérance, c'est à vous contempler, penser sur la possibilité de que dans les prochains jours de sciences et de technologies à la COP 16, puisse avoir une représentation du peuple des indigènes, spécialement qu'ils puissent comprendre des peuples indigènes de l'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. So just to summarize, we ended with that overview and reflection that came from Argentina with a suggestion. And I just like very quickly, as a way of responding to the ladies' words, your thoughts on that, whether it's all of you or not. But just to summarize, particularly for the webcast, the lady was talking about the importance of the young, the vulnerable, and in particular, the indigenous people of Argentina. And to be honest with you, not just Argentina, that could go to any territory or nation or country that has an indigenous population which has been highlighted as at risk or that needs monitoring and has been put in a vulnerable position. So the lady was suggesting that at the next COP16, that a delegation of indigenous people is taken across and they are incorporated as part of discussions, whether it's with the science or other sessions as well. It's not the first time I've heard this. Take that or comment on that first, please, on our panel. Natalie, thank you.
Yes, excellent idea. In addition, I would again reiterate that as the UNCCD is also very reliant on the work of the SPI, it would be very, very, very nice if gender experts, if indigenous peoples experts would be added to the SPI. So I would like to add on her idea.
Just quickly, we are seeing the same thing when we work with different countries, and in the U.S. as well with our indigenous people, that there's a fear of the loss of the transfer of the institutional knowledge from the older generation, the storytelling, the data, the fear of losing that in the next generation. So I think your point is very well taken, and it's something we work a lot with the indigenous folks in our country as well. So I appreciate your comments. I think they're spot on.
Any further comments from the panel?
If I can,
of course, absolutely. Go ahead.
If I can, on this regard, I really appreciated your comment, and I really think that it's a must that we have to amplify the voices of all the stakeholders, including the indigenous, about water resource management in the context in which we are talking. And but I also think that we should promote something at the regional or local level in such a way that what we will discuss will take into account initial response to the needs that they have. And in the case of South America, I would like to mention an important initiative of the Plata River Basin. It's one of the most important basin in the world. I think the fifth largest basin. And at the WMO, we supported, under the umbrella of the WMO, we have supported water resource management, collecting all the information from all the countries belonging to this basin. So Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, Bolivia, and Brazil, discussing how to support the available water resource in terms of informations from monitoring network or forecasting systems, and to take into account the needs for agriculture, for water quality, for hydropower. And in the context of institutional framework, which is the SIC Plata, which is the river authority, similar to what I represent in Italy. Just to say that we have the institutions and the venue where we can discuss at the local level. We will have also a enlarged venue, which is the COP as well, where all the voices will have the response to their needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to add to that? Or?
If I may?
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah,
please.
Yeah. So I participated, I think this is my 7th COP, and would certainly welcome greater direct participation by indigenous peoples. And we have had some in the past, and it's been extremely enlightening. I would also observe that this is an institution that has an opportunity to change the way that people think about how knowledge is generated and how it is accessed and shared. And we are currently treating the UNCCD as sort of a one-way pipe, where basically the UNCCD is responsible, and it's actually doing a much better job of this than it did 15 years ago, of increasing access to knowledge and information through the Knowledge Hub, of synthesizing that knowledge and information through the SPI. But if we think about the challenges that we face, we need all sources of knowledge to be accessed, synthesized, made available as quickly as possible because of the urgency of the challenges we face. I would suggest that we as a scientific community do not do a very good job of that, and that we need to think creatively about how we can do a better job of making both scientific, local, and indigenous knowledge available at the right place, at the right time, and in the right form. So this was actually the original vision of the Land Potential Knowledge System, and I would say we failed. We've succeeded in providing access to scientific knowledge. We've succeeded in allowing people to collect data in a much easier way, so anyone, regardless of their level of education or even literacy, can collect data. What we failed is to provide that access to different sources of knowledge and information. I don't have a solution, but I think this is an appropriate group to be challenged to create that solution, because we are an international group. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jeffrey. So just putting that out there, Jeffrey said that we are the right group to be looking at this. Would anybody like to add to that? What are your thoughts on that? Can I bring it back to you, madam? No? Okay, that's fine, because we can move on. Just before we finish this particular section, I was trying to tie each presentation back to drought resilience, and we're coming from a civil engineering background. We're looking at mitigation, the monitoring. We're also looking at the potential of the land, and just trying to bring it all together. Now, would I be right in saying that the role of the health of the soil is going to play a big role in managing or helping with the resilience to drought for a nation, despite climate factors? Okay, so I've now learned to separate climate and land. I know there is a link, but I understand that the UNCCD is trying to move away from this all-encompassing tag of climate crisis, and they're trying to push this understanding of the land. So, with that in mind, what kind of a role could you put a figure, a percentage, or the importance of the health of a soil, the terroir, in managing managing drought resilience? Who would be the first would like to pick that up? Bob, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think it's not a mistake that the Science Day is in 2 sessions, land restoration and drought. They're very much connected. So I think your point's well taken, and healthy soils, healthy ecosystems are a way to mitigate the impacts of drought and many other things. So it's all tied together, and it's again, thanks to David and this Rio Pavilion, just reminding people this is the Rio Pavilion of the 3 conventions: desertification, climate change, and biodiversity. And to all of us, they're all linked.
Jeffrey.
A number? 82.
Jeffrey, just before we let you go, you mentioned a mobile app. Is this something specifically for education institutions, or is it generally, can it be available generally for the public?
You can download it. Anybody can download it. It's being used by everyone from the Ethiopian Ministry of Agriculture for their land use planning to educational institutions throughout the world. In fact, a colleague from Uganda, I don't know if he's here, Moses, is using it for his classes for both soil and vegetation data. There are high school programs in the United States that are using it to collect rangeland monitoring data, which is then used to inform management on those lands. So can be used by anybody. If I could just...
What's the name of it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Land PKS.
PKS.
Land PKS. But if I could just answer the question in one sentence. Absolutely yes, in answer to your question. And the relative importance depends on that land potential. So some soils, you can increase drought resilience much more by managing soil health than other soils in other climates. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That was just like watching a lecture I attend at college, basically. And the joke was, throughout we were part of this, just to give you an idea, the science of soil, we suddenly realized that every single question could be answered by sprinkling the exam paper with organic matter, and we would somehow get away with it and get marks. So yeah, it crystallized it for me. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you. I am going to invite Katrina Elhard to this stage, and she is going to be your moderator for our final session. And this session is going to be looking at nature-based solutions for drought risk reduction. Now, what I'd like to do is, seeing as we're now touching on the solutions, what I'd like for you to think about is imagining that you are getting the offer of a free doctor's or medical prescription consultation for your land. There is something sick, something off with your land. It could just be a tummy bug, it could be a 24-hour thing, a dry season, a particularly dry summer, or it could go deeper than that, and you need to see a specialist. So, whilst you are listening to this session, here is your opportunity to get a response, a free consultation, a free prescription for a potential answer to whatever illness your land has. You can make it up, you can refer to something you're doing in your research or your studies, or it could be something within your region or somewhere it could even be at home. I really don't mind, but come to our doctor's surgery and we will hopefully provide the answers with our next group of panelists. Katrine.
Many thanks, Luquesa. So yeah, as Luquesa was saying, we're coming to the last session, and just to continue a little bit to tie these two themes of land restoration and drought together, can anyone tell me here what the current UN decade is all about? Just shout it out. Yes! Here we go. And so this is what I took from the website, that there has never been a more urgent need to revive damaged ecosystems than now. And I would add to that to maintain functioning ecosystems as well. And this will have multiple benefits, basically. It can add to helping the end of poverty, to combat climate change, and in this context, to lower the risk of drought, and also increase the resilience and preparedness to drought. So at the end of this exciting day, as Lucrezia was already saying, it is great to have the last session on solutions that tie land restoration and drought together. However, with nature-based solutions, which is a term that has been coming up in the last years, we're hearing mixed stories. We're hearing success stories. We're also hearing criticism. We're also hearing about other approaches that are connected or just have a different name for the same thing. So we want to ask you a question now. And I would like to ask Bob to provide us with the QR code again. So if you're still connected, you will see the question now. And actually, people have already been voting. This is excellent. So our question is, which of the concepts have you heard of? And obviously, all of these concepts are connected to some sort of ecosystem-based or nature-based solution for major challenges, in our case, drought. So we have drought-smart land management, nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, and nature's contributions to people. We can see here that, as I said before, nature-based solutions gets a lot of attention, gets a lot of votes. Ecosystem-based adaptation, though, is bypassing, and they're actually, up at the same level. So here we have two concepts that are maybe the most well-known. I'm really happy to have in our session now experts that will be able to speak about all of these concepts, and we will be hearing about the concept itself, maybe some case examples and challenges and opportunities related to each of them. So it is my great pleasure to start and invite to the stage Chris Madero, who is currently working as a senior program officer at the IUCN with the Forest and Grassland Program. He is a rangeland management expert with extensive experience in natural resource management and nature-based solutions. He works with the IUCN Forest and Grasslands Program and steers the global rangeland restoration program through mobilizing global partnerships and actions for sustainable rangeland management. So, Chris, thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katrine. Thanks a lot, and it's great to be here. It's great to delve into this subject. And sorry for the time travel. We are on the 14th, so please don't follow that. I'm not going to make you have another day in the COP, no. But yeah, so just to dive into it, and there are already some questions that are coming up. Successes and challenges of nature-based solutions. We already have had a few of those. And there's already the question that are we just coming up with a new term for what we have always been doing? As you can see, even from the votes, nature-based solutions and ecosystem adaptation are almost competing with each other. But I'll take a very brief moment to try and explain what we are doing as IUCN and why we are doing it. I think this is important, with a few recommendations, of course, about where we can go next. So when we look at the evolution of drought, I mean, data can sometimes be quite dummy. I went through this and I had to go back to the database of droughts and floods just to confirm that these figures were actually anywhere close to where they are. This translates itself 620 droughts in roughly 100 years, 12 million people, means roughly 1 million people dead each year. That is not a good statistic at all. But besides that, we understand, I think, in this room, you know, where drought has put us and why it is important for us to address it. The definition of drought also, we have its definition that we've gone through today, and I'm sure we've heard about it from the onset, meteorological, all the way to socioeconomic. And it's slow onset. I think this is the thing about drought. It's a slow onset. But despite its definition, one of the things we know about it is that it's fairly complex. It occurs in multi-risk environments where when it happens, other things may be happening at the same time, sometimes drought, sometimes disease, as we have experienced. But it occurs in quite a complex environment. And that's one of the things that we need to take into account. We have talked about nature-based solutions and what it means. The UNER just earlier this year approved the definition of nature-based solutions and what it's supposed to achieve. And I think this, for me, is foundational to what we are trying to achieve with nature-based solutions. It's about protecting, it's about finding solutions that are able to address societal challenges, but at the same time able to drive social economic development, and at the same time be able to provide us with biodiversity net benefits. So it's a whole, if you like, approach that tries to bring you know, quite a number of approaches we use now together. When we get to the ground, it is interpreted in many different ways, but I think the heart of it and the principles are quite clear. I will not go through all the principles, but there are 8 of them, interpreted with 28 indicators under the IUCN Global NBS Global Standard. One of the key things, though, I would like to point out when you talk about drought is within the management cycle of drought, we have recognized what, you know, the importance of ecosystems to managing drought. But when you look at the indicators, and we've been talking about indicators a lot today, not a lot of them actually go into the detail of addressing our ecosystems and what we should do. What is the ideal when we talk about ecosystems? But what we have found out in studies that we've done recently, that when we have healthy land, when we have healthy ecosystems, then we can actually reduce drought in some cases. A case in point is in Amboseli, Kenya, or a study that has been carried out over 25 years, has illustrated that the rainfall effectiveness in that ecosystem has reduced by more than 30%, despite not having a significant reduction in the rainfall aspect itself. Amboseli system itself, if just to describe it, it's a rangeland, it's a dryland, it supports a lot of livestock, a lot of wildlife. It's a prime area in Kenya for tourism and supports also pastoralist communities. With that kind of reduction in primary productivity, we start asking ourselves the question, because now we know that the problem is not the climate change per se. It is something more than that. when we talk about droughts, again, we know it's not limited to one system, but I'd like to talk about where it affects most. And most of it is in grasslands, in rangelands, and in savanna. What we know about the management of these rangelands is that pastoralism itself plays a key role in maintaining the processes, ecosystem processes, including biodiversity and productivity of rangelands. That one is one of the things. And the way it does that in very small systems within it is that it maintains, for example, the soil structure. It, through the root dendrites going under and connecting. The senescence cycles, because some of the grasslands species do not, are not, when you go to a grassland, you may say dry, but underneath it may be full of life, as it is. But it is not only grasses that we talk about. In rangelands, it's a whole diversity when you talk about the ecosystems. It's grasslands, it's shrubs, it's forbs, all that makes the ecosystems productive. IUCN, through 3 projects that we are having in Georgia, in Burkina Faso, and in Kenya, are trying to already put this into practice. So what do we talk about restoring ecosystems? And one of the key things we are finding already, and we know, that when you're talking about restoring pastoral lands and making them healthy, institutions and institutional governance of those lands is quite key. I know there are many others, but this is one of the things that I will point to, because it has been raised here. We've talked about indigenous people and their role in the management of land. It is quite important in this particular settings to ensure that rangelands are well managed. In Georgia, why are we in Georgia? Georgia has experienced much less droughts than many other parts of the world. But now, as we talk, Georgia in the last 20 years is experiencing drought every 1 out of 5 years, unlike before when it used to do every 10 to 15 years. So this phenomenon is also and will spread over time. And so we also need to proactively think, where do we need to take action? So in finishing, and that's some of the recommendations, we need to think about how we refine drought, redefine. I put it in between because it's not about redefining. We already have aspects of it. Early warning are important and our responses we have now. But how do we refine that so that we can have this ecosystem aspects proactively, included in that? We need to think about what nature-based solutions look like in context. And this has been mentioned here. Nature-based solutions provide us with principles for response, but we need to understand the context in which we are responding to. And these have to be integrated into our drought risk management frameworks, which inform our drought risk action plans. So that goes again to the indicators. And this is one of the things that I would also put out here to experts, that what are the ecosystem-based land health that we want to include in the indicators for monitoring land. I will say also that within our whole discussion, one of the key things that we've been able to do in the last few years is we now know that grasslands play an important role, quite an important role, in the restoration conversation. And this is one of the key things where we want to bring it central to the discussion. And we know that within the group, as we share this, and as you meet people and work within working groups, that this is one of the key considerations that you would have in terms of bringing rangelands on board as, contributors to our restoration agenda. So please allow me to end it there, but thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chris. It is now my pleasure for the next speaker to announce Dr. Tadenda Lehman, who is a member of the WOCAT executive team and senior research scientist at the Center for Development and Environment. at the University of Bern in Switzerland. WOCAT stands for the World Overview of Conservation Approaches and Technologies, as probably many people here already know. Tadenda holds a PhD in Geography and Sustainable Development. He's currently involved in various Horizon 2020 projects on soil, hydrology, and sustainable land management, and working for WOCAT on the linkage of tools, databases, and platforms. So, Tadenda, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for this nice introduction. And just before I start, actually I was a bit surprised looking at my presentation and the title, SLM, and somehow it is missing there. And it's a bit astonished because, I mean, the convention is using this term, sustainable land management as well. And I think, I don't want to go into discussion on the concepts, but I would just propose to those of you who really would like to go into it again, to look at the publication by the United Nations University on the alignment of the different definitions and concepts. So you will find them online, also linked on to the UNCCD Knowledge Hub. So actually I'm representing here today Claudio Zucca, who did not make it. He is actually the real drought expert. I'm not, but nevertheless I will try to show you a little bit what we have in our database. And as we have already seen many nice examples from previous speakers, I'm not going into specific examples, but rather to show you what there is available. Very briefly, for those of you who don't know WOCAT yet, even maybe have heard about it, it's the World Overview of Conservation and of conservation approaches and technologies, and it's a network of specialists in this field, which was developed right after the Rio Convention in '92. So we have actually an anniversary this year, 30 years of WOCAT. So WOCAT supports the compilation, documentation, but also the sharing, dissemination, and application of sustainable land management. I'm only going to talk about sustainable land management today. Knowledge. And today, since 2014, it's officially recognized by the UNCCD as the primary recommended global sustainable land management database for SLM best practices. So parties can document their good practices, report them through the WOCAT database towards the convention. Just a very short overview of what we have on the database. I'm not going into detail of the different modules. You have heard it in other various sessions, but we have more than 2,000 proven, field-tested, reviewed practices from all over the world today, and there are filter options which supports you, and also a visualization tool which supports you to find the right technology for the specific landscape, land use, or ecosystem, whatever. So lessons learned and good practices from previous projects, from programs, but also from individuals can be uploaded to our database, and after review process, they are being published and shared worldwide. The database can not only be accessed through the database itself, so it's also, the data is available through an application program interface, so-called the API, and that enables other application tools, platforms to access this information. And I think that's very key for us, because we all know that almost daily new applications, platforms, whatever show up, pop up, and often they are not very sustainable, and our aim there is not that everybody's going to use WOCAT, but as good as possible to find where are the strengths of which tools and to link them together to actually help the parties and the users to find a way in this jungle of the different tools and platforms. Now through this API, it will also be linked to the UNCCD Drought Toolbox, and that is actually what I'm going to talk a little bit about now. Now, just until today, the SLM good practices from WOCAT are available, but they are not as specifically defined for the drought base, so we are working on right now. But before I start with it, I would like just to briefly show you how the sustainable land management practices are linked to the 6 goals of the drought-relevant adaptation and management policy framework, which was published by the UNCCD in 2018, I think. So we see that sustainable land management is relevant on the one side on increasing resilience to the increasing drought risks. And so there are many measures on the database that actually improves soil cover, and we have heard before it's very important to reduce evaporation and increase infiltration, and that can be done here as an example of conservation agriculture from Kenya. So they are always linked not only on drought, but then as well during floods, or if you have too much rain, because then you can avoid soil erosion if you implement measures like this one. Then second, reduce vulnerability to drought. They relate actually on WCAT to the approaches we have. So the approaches shows you how the technologies can be implemented. I mean, here we have an example of a self-help group in Kenya where people learn how to use the tools, and that then gives, this knowledge management enables then the users to get a higher capacity to adapt to drought. And finally, to reduce exposure to drought, and here just an example from Uzbekistan, where they were planting almonds and other drought-tolerant species, I think, there to be flexible enough and do not have just monoculture, where you don't get anything in if you have a very dry year, as an example. But of course, sustainable land management practices that reduce exposure also most of the time also go in line, increase resilience as well. So drought-relevant sustainable land management practices aim, as we have just seen, to secure sustained water provisions, to reducing dependencies on regular rainfalls. That's what we have heard before as well. So we know the rainfall patterns are changing, so we really have to be flexible to adapt our management practices on this changing rainfall pattern. And finally, of course, the diversification of crops as an example, but also livestock, in case you have a dry year, that not everything is just lost. And that's the framework on what we are working on currently. So we are screening the whole database on drought-relevant technologies with multi-criteria selection, but also with geographical subsetting. And as it is a big database which grows over many years, also validation of the relevance has to be done then to really have then the right and the most important drought-relevant technologies, which then will be flagged and which can be accessed through the API or through the platform, or then later as well through the UNCCD drought toolbox to get them to then finally to support as well the parties to find good practices to increase resilience and to reduce exposure to droughts. I try to do it within 5 minutes. I hope I'm on time.
Thank you very much, Tadenda. Very good point on the sustainable land management. Just to say, drought-smart land management is a term that came out of the last biennium of the Science and Policy Interface, and I think we can see a considerable connection between those concepts. So we did have the concept there as well, but you made a good point. Right, so my next speaker is Lisa Janiszewski from the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. She has worked at the convention since 2006, both as a program officer and as a program assistant, covering themes of biodiversity and climate change, ecosystem restoration, inland waters biodiversity, protected areas, and forests. She recently led the development of guidelines for ecosystem-based approaches adopted at CBD COP 14 and supported development of the short-term action plan on ecosystem restoration adopted at UN CBD COP, I guess, 13. So great pleasure to have you here, and the floor is yours, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Catherine, and thank you to the organizers from the SPI for organizing this great event today. I've really learned a lot myself as well. So yeah, Catherine mentioned that I'm from the CBD Secretariat, the sister convention to UNCCD. Is everyone aware of the CBD? I just like everyone to move a little bit, and maybe you don't know. So we are the Convention on Biological Diversity, adopted 30 years ago, if you can imagine, along with the UNCCD. And we have 196 country parties, and so many more informations on the internet that you can find about that. Or please contact me directly if you'd like some more information about CBD and what we're doing and how we're working more closely with the other conventions as well. So for this session today, I'm sorry I don't have a fancy PowerPoint to gaze at, so you'll just have to look at me. We do know that climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation are posing existential and interlinked threats to nature and humanity. The linkages between them have been clearly established, as we've seen today as well. The messages from science have been very consistent. We've also seen that in many presentations today. Our actions, therefore, to address them must be interlinked and coordinated, as there is no pathway to achieving our goals on biodiversity loss, climate change, and land degradation without tackling them together. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is currently under negotiation, and this will address the intertwined problems of drought, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Many proposed targets of the post-2020 framework would contribute to preventing drought, such as those related to reducing threats to biodiversity and sustainable use, supporting implementation and mainstreaming and improving enabling conditions, amongst many other thematic issues. So in particular, the proposed targets on conservation and restoration of ecosystems, ensuring genetic diversity of wild and domesticated species, and ensuring benefits and livelihoods for people through sustainable management of terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems are critical for application of nature-based solutions at scale. And so we see that this opens not just opportunities, but definitely imperatives for synergies between the three Rio conventions. Ecosystem-based approaches or nature-based solutions, because these terms are used not quite interchangeably, but they're used under the CBD convention. Mostly we've been using ecosystem-based approaches, and I'll mention that a bit more later on when we come to the draft text. So if we see that nature-based solutions are being designed and they're implemented appropriately, they do not simply use nature to make use of a solution to a problem, they are also enhancing nature or enhancing biodiversity. So conserving, restoring, sustainably managing ecosystems embedded as part of adaptation or mitigation strategies can improve biodiversity and a much wider range of ecosystem services by, for example, improving important habitats, biological resources, and maintaining landscape connectivity. So many examples of these synergistic approaches are highlighted in a CBD Technical Series 41. It was a report of a technical workshop. So there's a lot of useful information there that if you're interested in, I can help connect you with. I think today Tatenda and Chris earlier have spoken of some important examples of adaptation and mitigating climate change using nature-based solutions. So I won't go into too many examples of that, but we can see that using a diversity of agricultural ecosystems can improve drought resilience. Farmers have bred drought-resistant crops and livestock over many decades. We know that soils are critical. If they are rich in organic matter, they can better retain soil moisture and can better cope with periods of water stress. Using a diversity of agroforestry systems with native plant species as an adaptation measure can similarly help conserve biodiversity and have other knock-on benefits. The conservation and restoration of wetlands using sustainable watershed management to improve water flow in periods of drought, also conserves plant and animal species that live and breed in these systems, and can enhance critical soil structures as well, and can therefore have further benefits for people in the surrounding areas. So therefore, in response and to avoid drought, the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity has a significant role to play, including by providing important genetic diversity in livestock or in crops, and towards promoting resilience. In terms of EBA under the CBD, it's important to note the work done under CBD, which has been to define and further develop concepts of ecosystem-based approaches to climate change adaptation, or EBA, and mitigation, EBM, or disaster risk reduction, ECO-DRR. CBD has done a lot of work in reviewing progress in and setting guidelines for implementation of EBA, EBM, and ECO-DRR. There's a decision adopted at COP14 which provided voluntary guidance to countries on ecosystem-based approaches to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. We can see how CBD and the other conventions are contributing to developing principles and guidelines for these approaches. In the previous presentations, I don't think we've heard too much about the caveats to the use of nature-based solutions. Can we guess what are the important caveats when we're using nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches? I don't know if I'm preaching to the choir here, but I can touch on them. If everyone knows what 4 caveats might be to using nature-based solutions. So the first one is focusing on emission reduction. So first, while they are an important and essential part of the solution, we really see that the climate problem can't be solved without emission reduction. Secondly, the distribution of the impacts of these approaches must be considered, and Indigenous peoples and local communities must be fully involved, and involvement and monitoring should be gender segregated to address disparity in these approaches and the impacts, and to tailor the approaches, which I think comes back to what we've seen earlier today as well, the key importance of gender tailored approaches. Thirdly, while many ecosystem-based approaches have co-benefits for biodiversity, it's not always the case, and so there needs to be a careful assessment of synergies and trade-offs so that we can realize multiple benefits across the themes. Fourthly, we see that climate change impacts can undermine ecosystem resilience, and this can weaken the contribution of the nature-based solutions or ecosystem approaches to both mitigation and adaptation of climate change. Under the CBD, as I mentioned, there is a draft text in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that is touching on ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solutions. A first draft was already issued, and I said that the